High in the Sabine Hills, where the morning mist clings to ancient stone and the air carries the scent of wild thyme, Marcus Aquilas stands beside a pool of water so clear it seems like liquid crystal. The spring bubbles gently from deep within the earth, its surface catching the first golden rays of dawn as they filter through the canopy of oak and pine above. The water sings softly as it emerges from the rock face, a gentle melody that has echoed through these hills for countless generations. Marcus kneels beside the sacred pool, cupping the cool water in his weathered hands, feeling its purity against his skin. This is the beginning of something magnificent, a journey that will carry this gift of the mountain gods down through valleys and across plains to reach the heart of Rome itself. As Rome's master aqueduct builder, Marcus has spent decades learning the secrets of water, understanding how it moves through the landscape like a living thing, always seeking its natural path downward toward the sea. But this morning feels different. This spring, discovered by shepherds only months ago, holds a promise unlike any other. The water tastes of minerals drawn from deep earth, carrying within it the essence of the mountain's strength. The survey team works quietly around him, their bronze instruments glinting in the strengthening light. They measure angles and distances with the precision that Roman engineering demands, but Marcus knows that numbers alone cannot capture the true nature of water. He has learned to read the land itself, to understand how water wishes to flow, and to work with these ancient forces rather than against them. The spring pool is perfectly round, carved by nature into the limestone bedrock. Moss grows in soft cushions around its edges, bright green and velvet soft to the touch. Small ferns unfurl from crevices in the rock, their fronds creating delicate patterns of shadow and light. The sound of the water is hypnotic, a constant gentle murmur that seems to speak of patience and persistence. Marcus traces the route in his mind, seeing how the aqueduct will follow the natural contours of the hills, descending gradually across 40 miles of countryside. The water will travel through stone channels and over magnificent arches, carrying not just liquid but life itself to the bustling streets of Rome. He envisions fountains flowing in the forums, baths filling with warm, clean water, and gardens blooming with the gift of these mountain springs. The ritual preparations begin as the sun climbs higher. Marcus spreads a white cloth beside the pool and arranges offerings to the water spirits: honeyed wine in a bronze cup, fresh bread from the morning's baking, and purple flowers gathered from the hillside meadows. These ancient customs honor the forces that guard the springs, asking permission to channel their bounty toward the city below. The priest from the nearby village arrives, his robes the color of deep earth, his voice carrying the weight of generations. He speaks the old words in Latin so pure it seems to make the very air shimmer, asking the gods to bless this great undertaking. The wine is poured into the spring, disappearing instantly into the clear depths. The bread is broken and scattered on the water's surface, where it floats for a moment before sinking into the mysterious depths below. As the ceremony concludes, Marcus feels a deep sense of connection to this place, to the water that will soon begin its long journey to Rome. He understands that he is not just building an aqueduct, but creating a lifeline that will sustain thousands of people for generations to come. The spring will continue to flow long after he is gone, carrying its cool mountain water through the channels he will carve from stone and imagination. The mist begins to lift from the hills, revealing the vast landscape spread out below. Marcus can see the route the aqueduct will take, following ridgelines and crossing valleys on towering arches that will stand as monuments to Roman engineering skill. But for now, he simply sits beside the spring, listening to its eternal song, feeling the peace that comes from being present at the source of something truly wonderful. The water continues its gentle bubbling, patient and eternal, ready to begin the journey that will transform it from a hidden mountain treasure into the flowing heart of an empire. In this moment, surrounded by the quiet majesty of the Sabine Hills, Marcus knows that he is witness to something sacred: the birth of a river that will flow not through valleys of earth and stone, but through the dreams and daily lives of Rome's countless citizens. The first light of dawn spreads gently across the Roman countryside, painting the limestone cliffs in shades of gold and amber. You stand beside Marcus as he breathes in the crisp morning air, watching the construction site come alive with quiet purpose. The offerings to Neptune have been accepted, the wine soaked into the earth, the incense carried away on the morning breeze, and now the real work begins. Master stonemason Gaius Maximus approaches the carefully arranged blocks of travertine, each one quarried from the hills outside Rome and transported here by ox cart over dusty roads. His weathered hands move slowly over the stone surfaces, feeling for imperfections that only decades of experience can detect. Each block must be perfect, he explains to his apprentices in a voice like gravel worn smooth by time. The water will flow through this channel for centuries. Every joint must be tight, every angle precise. You watch as Gaius selects the first cornerstone, a massive piece of pale limestone that took 6 men to position. The stone seems to glow in the morning light, its surface marked with the subtle tool marks of the quarrymen. This single block will anchor everything that follows, the foundation upon which hundreds of feet of aqueduct will rest. Nearby, surveyor Lucius adjusts his bronze groma, the cross-shaped instrument glinting as it catches the early sun. The gradient must be exact, too steep and the water will rush too quickly, eroding the channel walls. Too shallow and the flow will stagnate, becoming stagnant and unusable. He peers through the bronze sights, making minute adjustments while his assistant holds measuring rods at precise intervals down the slope. The sound begins softly at first, the gentle tap-tap-tap of chisels on stone as the masons begin shaping the blocks. The rhythm is almost musical, a percussion that echoes off the valley walls. Each strike is deliberate, purposeful, removing tiny fragments of stone with patient precision. The master masons work with an economy of motion learned over decades, their hammers falling in steady cadences that speak of absolute confidence in their craft. Marcus kneels beside the first stone, running his palm along its smooth surface. The limestone is cool beneath his touch, still holding the chill of the morning air. He can envision the water that will one day flow here, clear mountain springs channeled through this very spot, carrying life to the fountains and baths of Rome. The stone seems to hum with potential, waiting to fulfill its destiny as part of this great work. Around the construction site, workers move with quiet efficiency. Apprentice masons carry smaller blocks, their muscles straining under the weight, but their faces showing the pride of participating in something magnificent. Carpenters prepare wooden scaffolding that will support the arches, their planes shaving long curls of aromatic pine. Even the oxen seem to sense the importance of the work, standing patiently as their carts are unloaded stone by stone. The air fills with the scent of limestone dust, mixing with the fragrance of wild herbs growing on the hillsides. Rosemary and thyme release their oils as the morning sun warms the earth, creating a perfume that will forever remind Marcus of this moment, the beginning of his greatest achievement. As the sun climbs higher, more workers arrive, each taking their assigned place in the careful choreography of construction. The site becomes a symphony of purposeful activity, the scrape of mortar being mixed, the creak of rope and pulley as stones are lifted into place, the steady chip of chisels refining each joint. Gaius calls for the first stone to be set, and 6 men position themselves around the massive block. On his count, they lift together, muscles straining as they guide the cornerstone into its bed of mortar. The stone settles with a satisfying thud that seems to resonate through the ground itself. It fits perfectly, its edges aligned with Lucius's surveyor marks, its surface level and true. Marcus steps back to admire the first stone in place. It looks so small against the vastness of the project ahead, yet it represents everything, the beginning of a journey that will span valleys and hills, bringing life-giving water to the greatest city in the world. The morning light catches the wet mortar seeping from the joints, and he knows that this moment will be remembered long after the aqueduct carries its first flow of mountain water. The work continues through the morning, each stone placed with the same careful precision as the first. The sound of construction becomes a comforting rhythm, the heartbeat of a great work beginning to take shape under the Roman sun. The aqueduct is no longer just a dream, it is becoming real, one perfectly placed stone at a time. The amber light of evening stretches across the Roman countryside as Marcus Aurelius Fontanus stands atop a gentle rise, his weathered hands tracing the contours of an ancient scroll. The parchment crackles softly in the warm breeze, its surface covered with precise calculations and delicate sketches that dance in the golden hour. Around him, the rolling hills of Latium unfold like a vast tapestry, each fold and valley holding the promise of flowing water. His apprentices gather close, their young faces eager and attentive in the fading light. The scent of wild thyme drifts up from the hillside, mingling with the distant aroma of wood smoke from the settlement below. Marcus closes his eyes for a moment, feeling the subtle slope beneath his feet, his engineer's instincts reading the land like a familiar text. "See how the earth falls away toward the east," he says, his voice carrying the patient authority of decades spent shaping stone and guiding water. His finger traces an invisible line across the landscape, following the natural contours that only an experienced eye can truly appreciate. The water will follow this path, always seeking the lowest ground, always obeying the ancient laws that govern all flowing things. He kneels beside a wooden surveying staff planted firmly in the earth, its bronze fittings catching the last rays of sunlight. The instrument stands perfectly vertical, a testament to the precision that defines every aspect of Roman engineering. Marcus runs his palm along the smooth wood, feeling the slight vibrations that tell him of the land's hidden depths and secret channels. The scroll unfurls further in his hands, revealing row upon row of meticulous measurements. Each number represents hours of careful observation, days spent walking these very hills with measuring rods and plumb lines. The younger apprentices lean closer, their shadows falling across the parchment as they try to decipher the neat columns of figures. From the springs at Sublecuum to the distribution tanks of the city, Marcus explains, the water will travel 43 miles, yet it will descend only 700 feet in that entire journey. His voice carries wonder even after all these years, the marvel of such gentle precision never losing its power to inspire. 1 foot of fall for every 300 feet of length. This is the rhythm of flowing water, the heartbeat of our empire. A gentle wind stirs the olive groves in the valley below, their silver-green leaves shimmering like coins in the dying light. The sound is soft and continuous, a natural music that speaks of patience and endurance. Marcus listens for a moment, then continues his lesson, his words measured and calm like the flow of water itself. He points to a series of graceful arcs drawn along the route, each one carefully positioned to follow the land's natural curves. Where the valley dips too low, we will build our arcades, he says. Stone upon stone, arch upon arch, carrying the water across the gaps without losing precious height or momentum. His apprentices nod, beginning to see the invisible river that will soon flow above their heads. The shadows grow longer as the sun sinks toward the western hills. Marcus rolls up his scroll with practiced care, securing it with a leather cord worn smooth by countless such evenings. The brass instruments are gathered and packed away, each tool finding its proper place in the wooden chest that has accompanied him across half the empire. As darkness begins to settle over the countryside, the engineer takes one final look at the route that exists now only in his mind and on his carefully drawn plans. Tomorrow will bring the sounds of hammers on stone, the shouts of workers, and the endless organization required to turn vision into reality. But tonight, in this peaceful moment, the aqueduct lies perfect and complete in the realm of pure thought. The first stars appear overhead, their light reflecting the same eternal patterns that guide water downhill and men toward their destinies. Marcus breathes deeply, tasting the night air of the Roman hills, knowing that he carries within himself the power to bring life-giving water to a thirsty city. The apprentices walk quietly beside him as they make their way back to camp, their torches casting dancing circles of light on the ancient stones beneath their feet. In the silence of the darkening landscape, the future aqueduct seems to hum with quiet anticipation, waiting for skilled hands to give it form and flowing water to give it life. The sun climbs higher over the limestone quarries of Tivoli, casting long shadows between the carved terraces that step down into the earth like a giant staircase. Here, 20 miles from the bustling heart of Rome, the morning air carries the steady rhythm of metal against stone, a percussion that has echoed through these hills for generations. You follow the narrow path that winds between the quarry levels, your sandals finding purchase on the smooth stones worn by countless feet. The scent of limestone dust mingles with wild thyme that grows in the crevices, creating an earthy perfume that speaks of both human craft and nature's persistence. At the deepest level of the quarry, master stonecutter Gaius Tullius runs his weathered hands along a freshly cut block, his fingers reading the stone like a scroll. The limestone gleams pale gold in the morning light, its surface smooth as silk beneath his touch. He nods with satisfaction. This block will join the thousands of others that form the backbone of Rome's newest aqueduct. "Listen," he says to his apprentice, tapping the stone with his iron chisel. The block responds with a clear, ringing note that echoes off the quarry walls. Pure limestone sings true. No cracks, no hidden flaws. This stone will stand for 1,000 years. Around them, teams of workers move with practiced precision. Some mark the stone with chalked lines, measuring twice before making their cuts. Others wield heavy hammers, their strikes falling in steady rhythm that becomes almost musical. The sound bounces off the quarry walls, creating a symphony of industry that has remained unchanged since the first Roman picked up a chisel. The youngest workers gather the smaller pieces, sorting them by size and quality. Even the fragments have their purpose. Some will become mortar, others will fill gaps between the great blocks. Nothing is wasted in the quarry's careful economy. As the morning progresses, the first completed blocks are ready for transport. A procession of ox-drawn carts waits at the quarry's edge, their drivers patient as temple priests. The loading is a ceremony unto itself, each stone lifted with ropes and wooden levers, settled gently into the cart's bed like a sleeping child. Before each cart departs, old Marcus performs the blessing that his father taught him, and his father's father before that. He sprinkles wine on each stone and murmurs prayers to Terminus, god of boundaries, and to the earth spirits who have given up their treasure. The ritual is brief but heartfelt, acknowledging the debt owed to both gods and stone. The oxen strain against their yokes as the loaded carts begin their slow journey toward Rome. Their hooves clip steadily against the stone road, adding another layer to the quarry's endless rhythm. The drivers walk alongside their teams, speaking softly to their animals, their voices joining the chorus of hammer and chisel, wind and stone. Back in the quarry, the afternoon shift arrives as the morning workers pause for their midday meal. They gather in the shade of a natural overhang, sharing bread and olives, wine and stories. Their conversations drift over techniques passed down through generations, which chisel works best in morning light, how to read the grain of the stone, the secret of cutting blocks that fit together like puzzle pieces. An elderly worker demonstrates how to hold the chisel at just the right angle, his movements economical and sure despite his age. His hands, gnarled from decades of work, still possess the sensitivity to feel the stone's hidden nature. The younger men watch carefully, knowing that such knowledge cannot be learned from scrolls or speeches, only from stone itself. As the sun begins its descent toward evening, the quarry's rhythm gradually slows but never quite stops. Night shift workers tend the oil lamps that will guide tomorrow's first cuts, while the day crew cleans and sharpens their tools. The quarry rests but never truly sleeps, for Rome's thirst for stone is as constant as her need for water. The limestone dust settles in the cooling air, coating everything with a fine patina that glows silver in the moonlight. Tomorrow will bring fresh cuts, new blocks, another step in the great work of bringing mountain springs to Roman fountains. But tonight, the quarry dreams its ancient dreams, holding within its depths both the memory of primordial seas and the promise of aqueducts yet to be built. In the distance, a night bird calls from the hills, its voice carrying over the sleeping stones. The sound seems to echo the quarry's own song, a melody of patience and purpose, of human hands working with nature's gifts to build something greater than either could achieve alone. The quarry's gift flows like water toward Rome, one perfect stone at a time. The morning mist rises from the valley floor like ghostly fingers, reaching upward through the cool air as you stand at the edge of this great chasm. Before you stretches the most ambitious portion of your aqueduct's journey, a valley so deep and wide that it seems to swallow the early sunlight. But today, after months of careful planning and preparation, the true marvel of Roman engineering begins to take shape. You walk along the wooden scaffolding, your footsteps echoing softly against the planks. Below, the valley floor lies nearly 200 feet down, carpeted with wild grasses and scattered olive trees that look like tiny green dots from this height. The morning air carries the scent of limestone dust and fresh-cut timber, mingled with the distant fragrance of rosemary growing wild on the valley slopes. The first arch pier rises majestically before you, its carefully cut stones fitted together with mathematical precision. Each block has been measured, shaped, and positioned according to calculations your engineers have verified countless times. The limestone glows pale gold in the morning light, warm to the touch as you run your hand along its smooth surface. These stones will stand for centuries, carrying precious water across this divide long after your lifetime has ended. Workers move methodically along the growing structure, their voices calling softly across the spans in rhythms as old as construction itself. Stone ready comes a voice from below. Rope secure answers another from above. The sound carries clearly in the crisp morning air, each call part of an ancient choreography of building and creation. You watch as a massive limestone block is slowly raised by rope and pulley, guided by steady hands toward its designated place in the arch. The workers move with practiced ease, their movements deliberate and unhurried. There is something almost meditative about their coordination, each person knowing their role in this grand endeavor that will serve Rome for generations. The wooden centering arches curve gracefully beneath each span, temporary supports that hold the stones in place until the keystone locks everything together. These wooden forms are works of art in themselves, crafted by master carpenters who understand both the beauty and the science of the perfect arch. The grain of the wood catches the light, polished smooth by countless hands and weathered by mountain winds. As you walk further along the structure, you can see how each arch mirrors the one before it, creating a rhythm of stone and shadow that seems to dance across the valley. The spacing is precise, neither too close nor too far apart, allowing the aqueduct to maintain its gentle downward slope while spanning this enormous distance. Water will flow here someday, following the ancient law that it always seeks the lowest path, guided by human ingenuity across impossible terrain. The sound of chisels against stone creates a gentle percussion in the morning air, mixed with the creaking of ropes and the soft calls of birds nesting in the valley walls. Swallows dart between the arches, their wings catching flashes of sunlight as they weave through the growing structure. They seem unbothered by the construction, perhaps sensing that this creation will become part of the natural landscape, as permanent as the hills themselves. Standing here on this growing bridge of stone, you feel the weight of history flowing through your hands. These techniques have been refined through generations of Roman builders, passed down from master to apprentice like precious secrets. The knowledge of how to cut stone, how to calculate the perfect arch, how to direct the flow of water, all of this wisdom culminates in this moment, in this valley, in these rising arches that will carry water to the eternal city. The afternoon sun climbs higher, warming the limestone and casting deep shadows between the arches. The contrast creates a pattern of light and darkness that shifts slowly as the sun moves across the sky. In these shadows, you can almost see the future: Roman citizens drawing water from public fountains, bathhouses filling with warm, clean water, gardens blooming with the gift of this carefully guided flow. A gentle breeze moves through the valley, carrying with it the promise of completion. Each day brings new stones, new arches, new progress toward the moment when the last keystone will be set in place, and the aqueduct will be ready to receive its first flow of mountain water. Until then, you continue this patient work of building, one stone at a time, creating something that will outlast empires and serve as a testament to human ingenuity and the Roman gift for turning dreams into enduring stone. The valley crossing grows stronger with each passing day, a bridge of stone arches that will soon carry the lifeblood of civilization across this ancient divide. In the depths of the city, where the morning light filters through high windows like golden honey, the mortar makers begin their ancient dance. The workshop breathes with a rhythm all its own, filled with the soft whispers of settling dust and the gentle scrape of tools against stone bowls. Here, in this sacred space of creation, the very essence of Rome's permanence takes shape. The air carries the distinctive scent of volcanic ash, that precious pozzolan brought from the sleeping slopes of Vesuvius. Marcus Flavius runs his weathered fingers through the fine gray powder, feeling its silky texture that holds within it the fire of the earth itself. This ash, born from the mountain's ancient fury, now serves a gentler purpose: to bind stone to stone with a strength that will outlast empires. Beside him, young apprentices measure lime with careful precision, their movements slow and deliberate as temple rituals. The limestone has been burned in great kilns until it transforms, becoming something new, something eager to embrace water and create miracles. Steam rises gently from the slaking pits where lime meets water, a soft hissing that sounds like distant rain on Roman roof tiles. The workshop walls themselves tell stories of countless batches mixed and perfected. Splashes of dried mortar create a tapestry of gray and white, each mark a testament to the patient craft passed down through generations. Sunbeams dance through the mineral dust that hangs in the air like silver veils, catching the crystalline particles as they drift and settle. Water arrives in clay vessels, carried carefully from the very springs that the great aqueduct will one day serve. There is poetry in this, that the water destined to flow through their creation now helps birth the mortar that will guide its journey. The liquid is pure and cold, drawn from deep springs where it has rested in darkness, gathering minerals and strength. The mixing begins with quiet ceremony. Ancient bronze tools, worn smooth by countless hands, stir the ingredients in great stone basins carved from single blocks of travertine. The mortar makers move with a patience that belongs to another age, understanding that haste has no place in their craft. Each grain of ash must find its partner in lime. Each drop of water must be welcomed and embraced. As the mixture comes together, it transforms before their eyes. What began as separate elements, ash, lime, water, becomes something greater than the sum of its parts. The mortar develops a creamy consistency, smooth as silk yet strong as bedrock. The craftsmen test its texture with gentle touches, their fingertips reading the mixture's readiness like scribes reading ancient texts. The scent in the workshop deepens, becoming earthy and rich, carrying hints of the volcanic soils and limestone caves where these materials began their journey. It mingles with the smell of well-seasoned wood from the mixing paddles and the faint metallic tang of bronze tools worn to perfect smoothness by generations of use. Nearby, stone blocks wait patiently for their coating of this miraculous substance. The travertine gleams pale gold in the filtered sunlight, its surface marked with the tiny fossils of ancient seas. Soon these blocks will be joined by the mortar, creating bonds so strong that future generations will marvel at Roman engineering, wondering at the secret that made their constructions eternal. The apprentices watch their master's hands as he demonstrates the final consistency. His movements are like those of a painter or sculptor, understanding that they are not merely mixing ingredients, but creating the very foundation upon which their civilization will stand. The mortar flows from his tools like thick cream, settling into perfect smoothness that will cradle stone against stone. In the quiet corners of the workshop, previous batches cure slowly in wooden forms. The mortar breathes as it hardens, drawing strength from the air itself. Day by day, it grows stronger, the chemical bonds forming networks of incredible durability. This is the patience of stone, the wisdom of earth transformed by human knowledge into something that will endure beyond memory. As the morning progresses, the workshop fills with the soft sounds of creation, the gentle scraping of tools, the quiet conversations of craftsmen, the soft splash of water meeting thirsty lime. Outside, Rome awakens to another day, but here in this peaceful sanctuary, time moves differently, measured not in hours but in the careful perfection of each batch. The mortar makers understand their role in the great work. They are not merely mixing ingredients, they are creating the sinews that will hold the aqueduct together, the invisible strength that will carry mountain water to grateful citizens. In their patient hands, volcanic ash and limestone become something eternal, a testament to the quiet miracles that build empires one careful mixture at a time. The silver light of the full moon bathes the construction site in ethereal beauty, transforming the growing aqueduct into something almost otherworldly. Where daylight revealed harsh stone and dusty mortar, moonbeams now dance across polished marble surfaces, casting intricate shadows that seem to breathe with the gentle night breeze. The massive stone blocks, carefully positioned during the day's labor, stand like ancient sentinels against the star-scattered sky. Marcus Flavius adjusts his woolen cloak against the cool night air as he begins his patrol along the elevated walkway. His leather sandals whisper softly against the stone, a rhythmic accompaniment to the symphony of night sounds that surrounds the construction. In the distance, the forest exhales its nocturnal secrets, the haunting call of an owl, the rustle of leaves as small creatures forage among the underbrush, the gentle murmur of a nearby stream that will soon be joined by the waters flowing through their magnificent creation. Torches flicker in iron brackets along the work areas, their warm orange glow creating pools of dancing light in the darkness. The flames cast ever-shifting patterns on the workers' faces as they continue their careful nighttime tasks. Unlike the bustling energy of daylight hours, the evening shift moves with deliberate precision, each motion measured and thoughtful. The soft scraping of trowels against stone mingles with quiet conversations conducted in hushed, respectful tones. "Easy with that corner piece, Lucius," whispers one of the master masons, his weathered hands guiding a younger worker as they position a keystone. The stone settles into place with a satisfying whisper, another small victory in their grand endeavor. Steam rises from bowls of heated wine that the workers share during brief rest periods, the aromatic vapors carrying hints of honey and spices into the crisp night air. From his elevated position, Marcus can see the entire length of their progress stretching away into the moonlit landscape. The arches rise like graceful doorways to the heavens, their curves perfected through generations of engineering wisdom passed down from master to apprentice. Water already flows through the completed sections, a gentle murmur that speaks of life and abundance traveling from the distant mountain springs toward the great city that waits beyond the hills. A barn owl glides silently overhead, its wings catching the moonlight as it hunts among the olive groves that line the construction path. The bird's presence seems to bless their work, a reminder that they are building not just for Rome, but for all the creatures who will benefit from the reliable flow of clean water through this ancient landscape. The night air carries the scent of wild thyme and rosemary from the hillsides, mixing with the earthy aroma of fresh mortar and the smoke from the torches. Marcus pauses at his favorite observation point, where the aqueduct curves gently to follow the natural contours of the valley. Here, The engineering brilliance becomes most apparent how the structure seems to flow like water itself, following the most efficient path while maintaining the precise gradient that will carry precious water across impossible distances. Below, a group of workers carefully tends to the settling pools where lime mortar slowly cures in the cool night air. Their movements are almost ritualistic, checking and rechecking the mixture that will bind their stones together for centuries to come. One elderly craftsman runs his fingers along a freshly mortared joint, testing its consistency with the sensitivity of a master who has dedicated his entire life to this ancient art. The distant sound of night birds calling to one another across the valley creates a gentle backdrop to the human activity. Somewhere in the darkness, a nightingale begins its liquid song, the pure notes seeming to celebrate the harmony between human achievement and natural beauty. The melody weaves through the construction site like a blessing, touching each worker with its ethereal grace. As midnight approaches, the torches burn lower, their flames settling into steady, hypnotic rhythms. The workers who remain continue their patient labor, knowing that each stone placed tonight brings fresh water closer to the families waiting in Rome's neighborhoods. Their dedication transforms simple construction into something sacred, a meditation on service, and the eternal human drive to build something lasting and beautiful. Marcus completes his circuit and settles onto a stone bench carved into the aqueduct's side, listening to the gentle conversation between flowing water and whispered human voices. Above, the constellation of Aquarius pours its celestial waters across the star-filled sky, as if the heavens themselves approve of this earthbound river they are creating with such love and skill. The night wraps around them all like a peaceful blanket, holding workers, guards, and stone alike in its tender embrace. The morning sun casts long shadows across the completed sections of Aqueduct as Marcus Aquarius approaches with his sacred vessels. His footsteps echo softly against the stone, each step measured and deliberate. The water tester's ritual begins before dawn, when the air is cool and still, when the water flows at its truest and purest. In his weathered hands, he carries a collection of bronze cups, each one polished to a mirror shine. These vessels have been blessed by the priests of Aqua, the goddess who governs all flowing waters. Their surfaces catch the early light, reflecting dancing patterns that seem to move with the rhythm of the distant water's song. Marcus pauses at the first testing point, where crystal-clear water emerges from the mountain springs far above. The sound is gentle here, a whispered conversation between stone and stream. He closes his eyes and listens, hearing not just the water's voice, but the story it tells of its journey through rock and earth, gathering the mountain's gifts along its path. Kneeling beside the channel, Marcus dips his first cup into the flowing stream. The water is cold against his fingers, alive with the memory of alpine snows and hidden springs. He raises the vessel to eye level, watching how the liquid catches the light, noting its perfect clarity. No sediment disturbs its transparency. No foreign taste will mar its purity. The first sip is always ceremonial. Marcus allows the water to rest upon his tongue, feeling its coolness spread through his mouth. His trained palate can detect the subtlest variations, the mineral content that speaks of the rocks it has touched, the sweetness that comes from untainted sources, the vital essence that will nourish Rome's citizens. He offers a quiet prayer to Aqua, thanking the goddess for her blessing. His voice mingles with the water's gentle murmur, creating a harmony as old as civilization itself. The ritual words flow as smoothly as the stream before him, carried on the morning breeze toward the distant city. Moving to the next section, Marcus examines the engineering marvel that surrounds him. The aqueduct's channels are lined with smooth stone, each joint sealed with waterproof mortar. The builders have calculated the gradient perfectly steep enough to maintain flow, gentle enough to prevent erosion. The water moves with unhurried grace, following the precise path laid out by Roman engineering. At each testing point, the ritual continues. Marcus fills his second cup, then his third, comparing the taste and quality as the water progresses along its journey. The limestone it passes over adds beneficial minerals. The settling basins remove any particles that might have been stirred up along the way. Every element of the system works in harmony to ensure perfection. The water speaks to him of distant mountains where eagles soar above snow-capped peaks. It carries whispers of underground caverns where it rested in darkness, gathering strength for its emergence into sunlight. Each drop holds the memory of rain that fell upon sacred groves, of springs that bubble up from the earth's hidden depths. As the sun climbs higher, Marcus continues his methodical progress along the aqueduct. His movements are fluid, almost dance-like, as he bends to collect each sample. The bronze cups sing softly as they touch the stone, creating a gentle percussion that accompanies the water's eternal song. He pauses to examine the aqueduct's walls, running his fingers along the smooth surfaces. Here, master craftsmen have created more than mere functionality. They have built a temple to flowing water, a monument to the life-giving force that will sustain generations yet unborn. Every stone has been placed with reverence, every joint sealed with prayers. The water tester's knowledge spans decades of experience. He can taste the difference between morning flow and evening flow, between water that has rested in the sun and water that has traveled in shadow. His palate is a living instrument, finely tuned to detect any change that might affect the precious liquid's quality. As midday approaches, Marcus completes his rounds. Each cup has been filled, each sample tasted, each section blessed. The water flows true and pure, ready to begin its final journey to Rome's fountains, baths, and homes. His ritual ensures that citizens will receive not just water, but liquid life itself, pure, clean, and worthy of the empire's greatness. The goddess Aqua smiles upon this day's work. The aqueduct sings with the voice of flowing water, a melody that will continue long after the sun sets, carrying Rome's lifeline through stone channels toward the eternal city. Marcus packs his sacred vessels, knowing that tomorrow will bring another dawn, another ritual, another blessing upon the waters that flow like silver threads through the heart of civilization. The morning sun filters through the olive groves as your aqueduct wins its graceful way through the rolling countryside beyond Rome's walls. Here, where the great stone channels curve between gentle hills, small farming villages dot the landscape like scattered gems. The rhythmic sound of hammers on stone mingles with the distant lowing of cattle and the cheerful chatter of children who have gathered to witness this marvel of engineering. In the village of Aqueduct, named for its sweet springs, the entire community has turned out to watch the workers position another massive stone block. Children perch on wooden fences, their dark eyes wide with wonder as they observe the careful choreography of ropes and pulleys. Their small hands grip the weathered wood as they lean forward, whispering excitedly to one another about the magic they believe must be involved in moving such enormous stones. How do they make the water flow uphill? Asks young Marcus, his voice filled with the innocent curiosity of 7 summers. His grandmother, seated on a rough wooden stool beneath a sprawling fig tree, adjusts her woolen shawl and smiles. It doesn't flow uphill, little one, she explains gently. The builders are very clever. They measure the land carefully, making sure the water always flows downward, even when we cannot see it ourselves. The village elder, Gaius Cornelius, approaches the construction site with measured steps. His weathered hands, marked by decades of working the soil, gesture toward the aqueduct's graceful arches. In my father's time, he tells the gathered workers, we drew our water from wells and the seasonal streams. Some years, when the rains failed, we would walk for miles to find enough water for our animals. His voice carries the weight of memory, of summers when the earth cracked and the olive trees drooped with thirst. The foreman, a sturdy man named Lucius, whose arms bear the scars of countless construction projects, pauses in his work to listen respectfully. Your village will never know such hardship again, he promises. This aqueduct will bring fresh mountain water through these hills for generations to come. The words hang in the warm air like a blessing, and several of the villagers nod approvingly. As the sun climbs higher, Casting shorter shadows across the construction site, the village women begin to arrive with baskets covered in clean linen cloths. The aroma of freshly baked bread drifts on the morning breeze, mixing with the scent of wild rosemary and thyme that grows abundantly on the hillsides. Helena, the baker's wife, uncovers loaves still warm from her stone oven, their crusts golden and crackling. "You work so hard in this heat," she says kindly to the nearest group of workers. "Please share our bread." Another woman, Claudia, produces amphoras of wine mixed with cool water from her family's vineyard. The liquid catches the sunlight as she pours it into wooden cups, creating tiny rainbows in the drops that spill. The workers accept these gifts with genuine gratitude, their faces softening with the simple pleasure of unexpected kindness from strangers who will soon be neighbors in the great network of Roman civilization. Children dart between the adults, their bare feet silent on the sun-warmed earth. They collect small pieces of stone that have chipped away during the cutting process, treasuring these fragments as if they were precious gems. One little girl, her hair braided with wildflowers, approaches a young stonemason and shyly offers him a cup of fresh milk from her family's goat. He accepts it with a formal bow that makes her giggle and scamper back to her mother's side. The rhythm of the work continues, punctuated by conversation and laughter. An elderly farmer points out where the wild boars come down from the hills to drink in the early morning, and suggests the workers might catch sight of them if they arrive before dawn. A young mother bounces her baby while explaining to her older children how the Romans measured distance and calculate the precise slope needed for the water to flow properly. As the afternoon light begins to slant through the trees, painting everything in warm golden hues, the bonds between the Roman workers and the village people have grown stronger. They are no longer strangers engaged in separate pursuits, but participants in a shared endeavor that will benefit all who call this countryside home. The aqueduct, with its steady progression of stone and mortar, has become more than mere engineering. It is a symbol of connection, linking the great city to these peaceful villages in an unbroken chain of flowing water and flowing friendship. The gentle sound of evening prayers drifts from the village temple as work winds down for the day, and the first stars begin to appear in the darkening sky above the half-completed arches. The afternoon sun bathes the construction site in golden light as Marcus kneels beside his measuring instruments, their bronze surfaces catching and reflecting the warm rays like tiny mirrors scattered across the limestone. The air is still and heavy with the scent of dust and stone, broken only by the distant sound of workers' voices carrying across the valley below. His calloused fingers trace along the bronze leveling rod, feeling each carefully marked increment that represents months of precision craftsmanship by the finest metal workers in Rome. The instrument is warm to the touch, heated by hours under the Mediterranean sun, and Marcus handles it with the reverence of a priest tending to sacred objects. For in many ways, this simple tool is sacred. It holds the power to bring life-giving water across impossible distances. The gradient must be perfect, not too steep lest the rushing water tear apart the carefully laid stones and flood the channel beyond its capacity. Not too gentle, or the flow will slow to a trickle, leaving the fountains of Rome dry and the citizens thirsting. 3 parts in 1,000. This is the ancient ratio that his mentor taught him, passed down through generations of aqueduct builders like a whispered prayer. Marcus positions the wooden measuring rod against the channel's base, his movements deliberate and unhurried. The limestone is cool beneath his knees as he adjusts his position, seeking the perfect angle to sight along the rod's length. His weathered hands move with practiced confidence, each gesture refined by years of experience building these monuments to Roman engineering. The bronze plumb line hangs perfectly still in the windless air, its weight suspended by thread so fine it seems to disappear in the afternoon light. Marcus watches it with the patience of a shepherd observing his flock, waiting for the earth itself to reveal its secrets. When the line settles into perfect vertical alignment, he makes his mark with a piece of soft chalk, a small white dot that represents hours of calculation and measurement. Around him, the half-built aqueduct stretches like a stone river frozen in time. Each archway has been positioned with mathematical precision, each pillar planted according to calculations made on wax tablets by the greatest minds in the empire. Yet for all the grand engineering, success comes down to moments like this. One man with simple tools, ensuring that water will flow as nature intended. The sun climbs higher, and sweat beads on Marcus's forehead, despite the gentle breeze that occasionally stirs the cypress trees dotting the hillside. He wipes his brow with the back of his hand and returns to his measurements, checking and double-checking each mark. His father, also an aqueduct builder, once told him that water never lies. It will always find the truth in your work, revealing every flaw and rewarding every precision. He moves along the channel's path like a pilgrim following a sacred route, stopping every 20 paces to take new measurements. The bronze instruments grow warm in his hands, and he sets them down occasionally to let them cool, knowing that heat can affect their accuracy. Even the smallest error, multiplied across miles of construction, could spell disaster for the entire project. The workers nearby have grown quiet, respecting this ritual of measurement. They understand that Marcus's work determines whether their months of labor will succeed or fail. Some lean against their tools, others sit in whatever shade they can find, all waiting patiently for the master builder to complete his calculations. As the afternoon progresses, Marcus feels the familiar satisfaction of numbers aligning properly, of measurements confirming what his experienced eye already suspected. The gradient is true, the calculations sound. Water will flow here as it has flowed through Roman aqueducts for generations, carrying with it the promise of prosperity and the gift of civilization. He stands slowly, his joints protesting after hours of kneeling and bending, and surveys the work before him. The channel stretches into the distance, its limestone walls gleaming pale gold in the slanted light. Soon, very soon, the first waters will test these measurements, flowing from distant mountains to reach the fountains and baths of Rome. Marcus carefully wraps his instruments in soft leather, each tool returned to its designated place in his wooden chest. The bronze catches the light one final time before disappearing into the protective wrapping. Tomorrow will bring new measurements, new challenges, but for now, this section is complete. The water will flow here, following the precise gradient that his hands have created, obeying the ancient laws that govern all things. And in that flow, Rome itself will continue to thrive, one perfectly measured increment at a time. The morning mist clings to the hillside where the arch builders have gathered, their weathered hands already reaching for familiar tools. Here, where the great aqueduct will span the valley like a stone rainbow, the ancient art continues as it has for generations beyond memory. The master craftsman Gaius runs his fingers along a block of travertine, feeling for the grain that will tell him how the stone wishes to be shaped. Each voussoir stone begins as a rough-hewn block, but under the patient guidance of these artisans, it will become something far more precious. The rhythm of hammer against chisel rings out across the valley in a symphony that has echoed through Rome's history. Tap tap pause. Listen. Tap tap pause. The stone speaks to those who know how to hear it, revealing its hidden strengths and natural fractures. Young Marcus watches his grandfather's hands move with practiced grace. 3 generations of arch builders flow through his bloodline, and now he learns the secrets that cannot be written in any scroll. The angle of each cut, the subtle curve that will allow 23 individual stones to become one perfect arch. His grandfather's voice is soft as mountain rain as he explains how each voussoir must be carved not just to fit its neighbors, but to trust them completely. The limestone dust catches the early sunlight, creating golden halos around each craftsman as they work. Their movements are unhurried, almost meditative. There is no rushing the stone. There is no forcing the ancient mathematics that hold the world together. Each chip of stone that falls away reveals more of the perfect form waiting within, like a sculptor freeing a statue from marble. Around the work site, apprentices tend small fires that warm the iron tools, keeping them at just the right temperature for the delicate work ahead. The scent of burning olive wood mingles with stone dust and the distant aroma of bread from the workers' breakfast. A gentle breeze carries the sound of water from the existing aqueduct channels, a constant reminder of why this work matters so deeply. Master Quintus demonstrates the art of the keystone, the final piece that will transform 23 separate stones into something that could stand for 1,000 years. His weathered hands trace the wedge shape in the air before touching chisel to stone. Each tap is deliberate, considered. The keystone must be neither too tight nor too loose, fitting with precision that leaves no room for error, yet trusting in the ancient wisdom of weight and balance. The other craftsmen pause in their work to watch this demonstration. Some have seen this process hundreds of times, yet they attend with the same reverence as the youngest apprentice. Knowledge passes not just through words, but through observation, through the subtle shift of weight, the particular sound that means the cut is true and clean. As the morning deepens into afternoon, the arch stones begin to take their final shapes. Each voussoir bears the unique marks of its maker's tools, yet when assembled, they will speak with one voice. The master craftsmen know that their individual artistry will disappear into something larger, and this knowledge brings them not sadness but deep satisfaction. The shadows grow longer as the day's work continues. Wives arrive with simple meals wrapped in clean cloth, children play quietly in the stone chips, and the eternal rhythm of creation continues unbroken. The arch builders work not just with stone and iron, but with time itself, connecting their efforts to the countless generations who shaped Rome's greatest achievements. Marcus learns to read the language written in stone dust and chip marks. His young hands grow steady under his grandfather's patient guidance. The voussoirs they shape today will outlive them both, carrying water to citizens not yet born, standing testament to craft practiced with love and infinite care. The sunset paints the hillside gold and rose, and still the gentle tapping continues. When the final keystone is placed, these 23 separate stones will become one arch, stronger than any individual piece, a perfect marriage of mathematics and craft that transforms separate elements into unified strength. As evening approaches and the tools are cleaned and stored, the arch builders look upon their day's work with quiet satisfaction. Tomorrow they will continue, stone by stone, arch by arch, building the flowing heart that carries Rome's lifeblood across valley and hill, a testament to patience, skill, and the timeless art of turning individual effort into lasting beauty. The dawn of spring arrives with a whisper across the Roman hillsides, painting the sky in soft pastels of rose and gold. You can feel the change in the air as you walk among the aqueduct stones. The harsh bite of winter has gentled into something warmer, something that speaks of renewal and hope. The workers gather early this morning, their voices carrying notes of anticipation you haven't heard in months. Today is Robigalia, the ancient festival when Romans ask the gods to protect their growing things from rust and ruin. The stonemasons set down their chisels, the engineers pause their calculations, and even the most dedicated workers step back from their labor. This is a day for celebration, for honoring both the divine forces that guide their work and the natural world that provides the very water they seek to channel. You watch as Gaius emerges from his tent, carrying an armload of early spring flowers, delicate primroses, and wild violets that have pushed through the winter earth around the construction site. His weathered hands treat each blossom with surprising gentleness as he distributes them among the workers. The youngest apprentices laugh as they weave the flowers into crowns, their fingers still learning the ancient art of festival preparation. The morning sun climbs higher, casting long shadows across the partially completed arches. Where once the stones seemed cold and lifeless in winter's grip, they now glow with warmth, each carefully placed block evidence of months of patient labor. The limestone catches the light like honey, and you can almost imagine the clear mountain water that will someday flow through these channels, bringing life to distant neighborhoods. A processional begins to form along the construction road. Workers carry wooden bowls filled with wine, the deep red liquid catching glints of sunlight. Others bear small clay vessels containing sacred salt and grain, offerings that have been blessed by priests in the city below. The foreman leads the group, his usually stern expression softened by the solemnity of the occasion. His voice rises in an ancient chant, words passed down through generations of builders who understood that their work was more than mere construction. It was partnership with forces greater than themselves. The procession moves slowly along the aqueduct's emerging path, stopping at each completed arch. Here, the workers scatter flower petals across the stone courses, watching as the colorful blossoms settle into gaps between blocks like nature's own mortar. Children from the nearby settlement have joined the celebration, their small voices adding sweet harmonies to the traditional songs. At the channel where water will someday flow, the ceremony reaches its most sacred moment. Gaius pours wine directly onto the dressed stones, watching as the dark liquid seeps between the carefully fitted joints. The wine is an offering to the water spirits, a request that they guide the mountain streams safely through human-made passages. Each drop represents a prayer for steady flow, for pure water, for the health of all who will depend on this engineering marvel. The celebration continues with the sharing of bread and olives beneath temporary pavilions erected for the occasion. Families have traveled from the surrounding countryside to participate, bringing their own offerings of early vegetables and fresh cheese. You can smell the mingling aromas of wood smoke and roasting meat, the comfortable sense of a community gathering in joy rather than obligation. As the afternoon mellows into evening, musicians arrive with flutes and small drums. Their melodies float across the construction site, transforming the workplace into something magical. Workers who have labored side by side for months now dance together, their movements echoing the steady rhythms of hammer on stone, the patient progress of human hands shaping the earth itself. The youngest apprentice, barely 16, approaches the main channel with a final offering. In his hands, he holds a small clay figurine of Terminus, the god of boundaries and construction. With careful reverence, he places the figurine in a specially prepared niche within the stonework, where it will remain hidden but present, a permanent blessing for the waters that will flow here. As twilight approaches and the celebration begins to wind down, you find yourself standing beside the aqueduct's growing form. The flowers scattered across the stones have begun to wilt, but their fragrance lingers in the evening air. The wine stains on the limestone will fade with tomorrow's rain, but the intention behind them, the prayers for protection and blessing, will remain embedded in the very structure of this magnificent undertaking. The workers gather their tools and pack away the festival decorations, but something has changed in the way they look at their work. What was labor yesterday has become, through celebration and blessing, something sacred. Tomorrow they will return to their chisels and measuring rods, but they will carry with them the memory of this day when gods and mortals worked together, when flowers blessed stone, and when the promise of flowing water felt as certain as the coming of spring itself. Deep beneath the rolling hills outside Rome, where the earth swallows the golden light of afternoon, a different world exists in the lamplight shadows. Here, 20 feet below the surface, the aqueduct continues its patient journey through passages carved from living rock. The air is cool and still, carrying the faint mineral scent of limestone and the distant whisper of pickaxes against stone. Marcus holds his oil lamp higher, watching the flame dance in the gentle current that flows through these underground chambers. The light catches on walls that seem to breathe in the flickering glow, revealing the careful chisel marks where generations of workers have shaped these tunnels. Each strike of the hammer, each careful scrape of the iron tool, has been placed with the precision of a sculptor creating something beautiful from the bones of the earth. The tunnel stretches ahead like a stone river, its arched ceiling rising just high enough for a man to walk upright. Water flows along the carefully graded channel at the center, following the ancient mathematics that guide its path from mountain spring to city fountain. The sound is barely more than a whisper here, a gentle murmur that mingles with the soft footsteps of workers moving through the dim passages like guardians of some sacred underground temple. In the amber circle of lamplight, you can see where the tunnel walls have been lined with smooth stones, fitted together with such care that not a drop of precious water escapes. The Roman builders understood that here, in these hidden arteries beneath the earth, their work must be perfect. No one would see these passages once they were sealed. No crowds would marvel at their construction, yet every joint has been crafted with the devotion of masters creating something eternal. The workers move with quiet purpose through these subterranean halls. Their voices echo softly off the curved walls, creating a gentle chorus that seems to emerge from the stone itself. A foreman calls out measurements in the measured cadence of numbers that have become poetry through repetition. Somewhere deeper in the tunnel, the rhythmic scraping of mortar being smoothed into place creates a percussion that matches the steady heartbeat of the flowing water. Here, in a wider chamber where 3 passages meet, the builders have created something almost magical. The lamplight reveals carved niches where oil flames burn like tiny altars, their steady glow reflecting off the wet stone until the walls seem to shimmer with captured starlight. The water divides here, following channels that branch like the veins of some vast underground heart, each stream carrying its measured portion toward a different district of the distant city. An old stonecutter sits cross-legged beside one of these channels, running his weathered fingers along the edge where water meets stone. He has worked in these tunnels for 30 years, and his touch can detect flaws invisible to younger eyes. The water tells him stories as it passes, how the mountain snows are melting, whether the intake gates upstream need adjustment, if debris has collected anywhere along the miles-long journey from source to city. The temperature here remains constant, cool in summer heat, warm against winter's bite. Workers have built small alcoves where they can rest during the long shifts, tiny chambers carved from the rock and furnished with simple wooden benches. In one such alcove, a group of men shares bread and watered wine, their quiet conversation creating gentle echoes that travel far through the interconnected passages. As you move deeper into this underground realm, the sounds of the surface world fade away completely. There are no bird songs here, no rustle of wind through leaves, no distant clatter of cartwheels on stone roads. Instead, there is only the eternal whisper of moving water, the soft shuffle of sandaled feet on worn stone, and the occasional clink of tools against rock, sounds that have continued unchanged for generations. The genius of these buried waterways lies not just in their engineering, but in their silence. Above ground, where aqueducts stride across valleys on magnificent arches, they announce themselves boldly to the world. But here, beneath the earth, they work their patient magic in darkness and solitude, carrying life-giving water through passages that seem carved by some benevolent spirit of the deep places. In the furthest reaches of the tunnel system, where new passages are still being born from solid rock, the work continues by lamplight. Each day, the underground river extends itself a few more feet toward its destination, following grades calculated with mathematical precision, every curve and slope designed to maintain the gentle flow that will bring fresh water to gardens and fountains, to baths and drinking cups, in the great city that lies sleeping above these hidden waterways. The lamps burn steady in their niches, keeping faithful watch over the flowing darkness, guardians of Rome's liquid lifeline that runs forever through the carved heart of the earth. You follow the gentle curve of the aqueduct as it leads you to one of its most peaceful sanctuaries, the settling tanks. Here, where the rushing water finally finds respite, broad rectangular pools stretch before you like mirrors reflecting the Roman sky. The sound of flowing water softens to a whisper as the current spreads and slows, released from the confines of the narrow channel into these generous basins. The morning light catches the surface of the first tank, creating ripples of gold that dance across the stone walls. You can see how the Romans carved these pools with careful precision, their edges smooth and straight, yet somehow harmonious with the natural landscape around them. The water, which moments ago tumbled eagerly down the gentle slope, now settles into a rhythm as ancient as breathing, slow, steady, purposeful. As you lean closer to the edge, you notice tiny particles of earth and stone drifting downward through the clear water like falling snow. This is the aqueduct's moment of meditation, where the journey pauses and the water purifies itself. Grain by grain, the sediment that traveled all the way from the mountain springs settles to the bottom, leaving the water clearer, cleaner, ready to continue its mission to the great city. Small fish dart between patches of sunlight filtering through the water. These silver residents of the settling tanks move with unhurried grace, their fins catching glints of light as they navigate between the gentle currents. They seem to understand their role in this grand design, these living cleaners who help maintain the purity of Rome's lifeblood. You watch as one fish pauses near a cluster of water plants, its gills moving rhythmically, perfectly content in this engineered paradise. The water plants themselves are marvels of natural cooperation. Long ribbons of green vegetation sway gently in the mild current, their roots anchored to the tank's bottom, their leaves reaching toward the surface. These plants are silent partners in the Roman engineering marvel, drawing excess minerals from the water, providing oxygen, creating small ecosystems within the greater system. Tiny snails move slowly along the plant stems, polishing them clean while finding their own sustenance. You notice how the Romans positioned these tanks at carefully chosen intervals along the aqueduct's path. Not too close together, not too far apart, but placed with the wisdom of engineers who understood both the needs of flowing water and the patience required for natural purification. Each tank serves as a way station, a place where the water can rest, settle, and prepare for the next stage of its journey. The sound here is profoundly peaceful. The harsh rush of the main channel gives way to gentle lapping against stone walls, the soft plip of water dropping from one level to the next, the almost inaudible whisper of fish moving through their aquatic world. Occasionally, a bird lands at the tank's edge to drink, its delicate movements creating tiny ripples that spread outward in perfect circles. As you walk along the perimeter of the largest settling tank, you can see how the water enters at one end with purposeful energy, then gradually calms as it spreads across the broad expanse. By the time it reaches the opposite end, where it will rejoin the main channel, the water has transformed. What entered cloudy and travel-worn emerges crystal clear, carrying only the pure essence of the mountain springs from which it began. The walls of these tanks tell their own story. Smooth limestone blocks fitted together with mathematical precision, yet softened by years of gentle water contact. Green algae grows in thin films along the waterline, creating natural patterns that shift with the seasons. Small insects walk across the surface tension as if the water were solid ground, their tiny legs creating the faintest impressions on the mirror-like surface. In this tranquil space, you understand something essential about Roman engineering. It was never just about force and efficiency. These settling tanks represent patience, wisdom, the understanding that sometimes the best solutions require time and stillness. The Romans knew that water, like all natural things, performs best when given space to be itself, to settle, to find its natural rhythm. As afternoon light slants across the tanks, creating new patterns of shadow and illumination, you feel the deep peace of this place. Here, in these engineered pools where fish swim and plants grow and water finds its clarity, human ambition and natural wisdom have achieved perfect harmony. The aqueduct doesn't fight against nature, it dances with it, creating spaces where both can thrive together. The water continues its ancient journey, refreshed and purified, carrying the mountain's gift toward the great city that awaits. But for this moment, in this peaceful sanctuary of settling tanks, time moves as slowly and gently as the current itself. Dawn breaks over the Campagna, painting the arches of the Aqua Claudia in soft golden light. The morning mist rises from the valleys below as Lucius Flavius adjusts his worn leather satchel and begins his monthly walk along the Great Stone Channel. His weathered hands, stained permanently with lime and clay, know every curve of mortar, every joint between the massive blocks that carry Rome's precious water across the countryside. Behind him, 3 generations of knowledge walk in measured steps. His son Marcus carries the tools, bronze scrapers, iron picks, wooden paddles worn smooth by countless repairs. Young Gaius, barely 16 and eager to prove himself worthy of the family trade, balances carefully along the narrow walkway that runs beside the flowing channel, his eyes scanning for the telltale signs of wear that his grandfather taught him to recognize. The water moves with gentle purpose beneath them, clear and cold from the distant springs. Lucius pauses at the first inspection point, kneeling beside the channel with the reverence of a priest at altar. His fingers trace the mortar joints, feeling for the subtle softness that speaks of erosion, the barely perceptible gaps where winter's frost has worked its patient damage. The waterproof cement, that marvel of Roman engineering mixed with volcanic ash from Vesuvius, remains strong after decades of service, but even the finest work requires constant vigilance. They work in comfortable silence, the sound of flowing water their constant companion. Marcus scrapes away the thin layer of mineral deposits that accumulate over months, his bronze tool singing softly against stone. The calcium carbonate comes away in delicate sheets, revealing the original surface beneath, still sound, still serving its purpose with quiet dignity. Each section cleaned restores the channel's capacity by precious drops, multiplied across miles into gallons, into the difference between plenty and want in the bustling city below. Gaius discovers his first significant find of the day, a hairline crack in one of the massive stones where settling has created the smallest gap. His excited call brings his father and grandfather to examine the flaw with practiced eyes. Together, they mix fresh mortar in Lucius's wooden bowl, the proportions learned not from scrolls but from years of patient observation. The lime putty, aged in underground pits for months until it reaches perfect consistency, blends with the volcanic sand in ratios that their families have perfected over generations. The repair is meditation made manifest. Lucius works the fresh mortar into the crack with tools his own grandfather carved, pressing and smoothing until the seal is complete. The excess is carefully scraped away, the surface left as smooth as the day it was first built. Water continues to flow around their work, patient and eternal, carrying with it the trust of 1,000,000 Romans who never question that when they turn their bronze taps, clean water will emerge. As the sun climbs higher, they encounter other maintenance crews moving along parallel aqueducts. The Aqua Marcia team visible as distant figures on the neighboring line, the Annio Novus workers creating small clouds of dust as they clean their higher channel. They wave to each other across the valleys, members of an ancient brotherhood bound by shared purpose and specialized knowledge. Their fathers worked together, and their sons will continue the tradition long after they rest in family tombs along the Appian Way. The afternoon brings them to one of the great settling tanks, where the water pauses in its journey to deposit the last traces of sediment before entering the final approach to Rome's gates. Here the work is different: careful removal of accumulated silt, inspection of the bronze screens that filter the flow, attention to the complex system of channels that divide the water among different destinations within the city. Gaius marvels at the engineering, the way gravity and geometry combine to serve human need without visible effort or strain. Their tools cleaned and stowed, the 3 men begin the return journey as evening shadows lengthen across the countryside. The aqueduct continues its timeless work, carrying mountain springs to urban fountains, connecting distant watersheds to the beating heart of empire. Tomorrow, other crews will walk different sections, applying the same patient care, the same inherited wisdom, the same quiet pride in work that serves something greater than themselves. Lucius looks back once at the day's accomplishments, invisible to casual observers, essential to the life of Rome. In the growing darkness, the sound of flowing water carries across the landscape like a lullaby, steady and sure, promising that morning will bring fresh springs and clear channels, another day of service to the eternal city that depends upon their faithful watch over the aqueduct's flowing heart. The sun climbs high above Rome in these summer months, casting everything in golden amber light. You stand beneath the great arches of your aqueduct, feeling the ancient stone warm against your palm like the flank of a sleeping giant. The limestone has been drinking in sunlight since dawn, and now it radiates that warmth back into the world with gentle persistence. Above you, water flows in its eternal journey, a soft murmur that mingles with the lazy drone of cicadas hidden in the olive groves. The sound has become as familiar as your own heartbeat, this constant whisper of mountain water finding its way to the 7 hills, carrying with it the coolness of distant peaks and morning mist. Your workers have adapted to summer's rhythm, as Romans have done for generations. Before the sun crests the eastern hills, they are already at their posts, trowels scraping softly against mortar, voices low and unhurried in the pre-dawn blue. The air is still cool then, sweet with the scent of wild rosemary and the faint mineral tang of wet limestone. You watch Marcus, the master stonecutter, running his weathered fingers along a joint between 2 massive blocks. His touch is gentle, almost reverent, checking for the subtle settling that comes with heat. These stones have their own language, expanding and contracting with the sun's passage, breathing like living things. He nods to you, satisfied. The aqueduct holds true. By the time Apollo's chariot reaches its zenith, all work has ceased. The hammers fall silent, the chisels rest. Your builders retreat to the blessed shade of the arches, spreading rough woolen cloaks on the earth and sharing simple meals of bread, olives, and watered wine. Some drowse against the warm stone pillars, their breathing deep and even. Others play quiet games with worn bone dice, the soft clicking barely audible above the water's song. You join them in this sacred pause, settling against a pillar whose warmth seeps through your tunic like a gentle embrace. The arch above frames a perfect circle of blazing sky, but here in its shadow, all is temperate and peaceful. A light breeze stirs, carrying the scent of sun-baked earth and the distant sea. The water continues its patient flow overhead, never resting, never faltering. In this heat, its gift becomes even more precious. You think of the fountains in the Forum, where citizens gather in the early evening to fill their amphorae and share the day's quiet gossip. You picture the bathhouses, their pools fed by your channels, offering respite to senators and slaves alike. The water asks nothing, it simply gives. A young apprentice approaches, his face flushed from the morning's work. He carries a clay cup filled with the aqueduct's own water, cool and sweet despite the summer heat. You accept it gratefully, tasting in it the flavor of mountain springs and limestone caves, the essence of distant places carried here by human ingenuity and patience. As the afternoon wanes, shadows begin to stretch eastward from the arches, offering growing patches of relief. The stone beneath your feet starts its slow release of the day's accumulated warmth. Soon, when the sun hangs lower and paints the sky in shades of copper and rose, work will resume. But for now, all is stillness. You close your eyes and listen to the symphony of a Roman summer afternoon. The gentle splash of water in the channel above, the soft murmur of resting voices, the distant lowing of cattle returning from pasture. Somewhere in the olive groves, a dove calls to its mate, the sound liquid and soothing. This is the hour when the aqueduct reveals its truest nature, not merely as a feat of engineering, but as a living thing that breathes with the seasons, that gives and receives in equal measure. The summer heat that could be an enemy becomes instead a friend, warming the stone to perfect comfort, making the gift of flowing water even sweeter. The great arches stretch away in both directions, each one a doorway between earth and sky, between the labor of human hands and the eternal patience of water. In the shimmering heat, they seem to dance slightly, wavering like reflections on the surface of a still pool. As evening approaches and the first stirrings of resumed work begin around you, you remain for one more moment in the embrace of warm stone and cooling air. The aqueduct will stand long after you are gone, carrying its precious burden through countless summers, offering shade and sustenance to generations yet unborn. In this thought, there is deep and abiding peace. The first light of dawn breaks over the Alban Hills, painting the marble and travertine of your completed aqueduct in hues of gold and rose. After 3 years of careful construction, this morning holds a sacred promise. The moment when mountain water will first flow through the channels you and your fellow builders have carved into the landscape. You stand beside the main sluice gate, its bronze mechanism gleaming in the early light. The gathered crowd of workers, engineers, and citizens speaks in hushed voices, their breath visible in the cool morning air. Children peek out from behind their parents, eyes wide with anticipation. Even the oxen seem to sense the importance of this moment, standing quietly in their traces. Marcus Flavius, the chief engineer, raises his hand for silence. The morning breeze carries the scent of wild herbs and distant pine forests. Somewhere above you, in the mountain springs, crystal clear water waits to begin its journey through your creation, miles of carefully graded channels, elegant bridges, and settling tanks that will carry life itself to the 7 hills of Rome. A priest steps forward, carrying a small amphora of wine and a handful of barley. His voice carries across the assembled crowd as he offers prayers to Juturna, goddess of springs and wells, and to Terminus, guardian of boundaries and constructions. The ritual words echo off the stone walls of your aqueduct, blessing this union of human craft and nature's bounty. You think of the countless hours spent surveying the land, the patient mathematics of calculating grades and flows, the careful selection of each stone block. Your hands bear the calluses of this work, your back knows the weight of limestone and lead. Every joint in the masonry, every curve in the channel, represents decisions made with care and precision. The moment arrives. Marcus nods to the gate operators, 2 strong men whose families have worked with water for generations. They take hold of the bronze wheel, muscles flexing as they turn it slowly counterclockwise. The mechanical clicking of gears echoes through the morning stillness. Then you hear it, the first whisper of flowing water, a gentle murmur that grows stronger with each turn of the gate. Clear mountain water, filtered through limestone and carrying the essence of distant peaks, begins to fill the primary channel. The sound is like soft music, a liquid melody that will soon become the heartbeat of a great city. The water catches the morning light as it flows, sparkling like scattered diamonds. Children gasp in wonder as the stream gains strength, filling the channel from wall to wall. The carefully shaped stones guide the water smoothly around curves and over gentle slopes, each section working exactly as your calculations predicted. Workers cheer and embrace as the water reaches the first settling basin, where it pools briefly before continuing on its destined path. The cheers echo across the hillsides, a sound of pure human joy at creation accomplished. Some of the older builders have tears in their eyes. They have waited decades to see such a moment. You watch the water flow past inspection chambers where future generations will maintain this gift you've given to Rome. The current moves with purpose and grace, following the precise gradient you've carved through valleys and across ridges. Every drop will travel the same path, carrying life and health to fountains, baths, and cisterns throughout the city. A young apprentice approaches you, his face bright with excitement. "Master," he says, "how long until the water reaches Rome?" You smile, calculating the distance and flow rate in your mind. By sunset, you tell him, the first drops will reach the distribution chambers. By tomorrow morning, fresh water will flow from the public fountains. As the water continues its journey, you notice how it attracts life. Birds dip down to drink from spillways, and green plants already begin to thrive along the moisture-rich banks of your channels. Your aqueduct has become more than infrastructure. It is a river of life, bringing abundance to the landscape it crosses. The crowd begins to disperse, but many workers linger, unwilling to leave this moment of triumph. They walk alongside the flowing water, following its path for miles, celebrating the completion of their shared labor. Families spread blankets beside the aqueduct and share morning meals, turning this day into an impromptu festival. You remain beside the sluice gate as the sun climbs higher, watching the steady flow that will continue for centuries to come. The water sings its gentle song, a sound that speaks of mountain springs, careful engineering, and human dedication. This moment, peaceful, purposeful, complete, marks not just the end of construction, but the beginning of countless generations who will benefit from the flowing heart you've given to Rome. The aqueduct lives, breathes, and flows, carrying within its stone embrace the eternal gift of pure, life-giving water. The morning light catches on limestone and marble as you walk alongside the great aqueduct, now just hours from Rome itself. The structure has grown more complex with each passing mile, no longer the simple, elegant archwork of the countryside. Here, approaching the eternal city, the engineering reveals layers of sophistication that speak to generations of builders, each adding their knowledge to this flowing masterpiece. Multiple channels now run parallel to your original path, carried on increasingly elaborate stonework. The Aqua Marcia joins from the east, its waters crystal clear and prized throughout the empire for their purity. The engineers have designed intricate junction points where these great watercourses meet and separate, their flows carefully balanced through bronze gates and carved distribution chambers that hum with the constant movement of controlled torrents. You pause at one such junction, watching as workers in leather aprons adjust the bronze mechanisms that direct water flow. Their movements are practiced, almost ceremonial, as they operate wheels and levers that have guided Rome's lifeblood for decades. The sound is mesmerizing, not the wild rush of mountain streams, but something more measured, more purposeful. The water sings as it moves through carefully calculated channels, each note perfectly tuned to the city's endless thirst. Ahead, the walls of Rome rise like golden cliffs in the morning sun. These are not the rough stones of frontier fortifications, but polished blocks fitted with mathematical precision. Towers punctuate the walls at regular intervals, their shadows creating cool pools of darkness that provide brief respite from the climbing sun. Guards move along the ramparts with unhurried steps, their bronze armor gleaming, spears held casually as they watch the constant stream of travelers approaching the gates. The aqueduct itself transforms as it nears these walls. Distribution chambers branch off like the limbs of some great tree, each directing water toward different districts of the sprawling city beyond. You can see where pipes disappear into the earth, carrying their precious cargo to fountains and bathhouses, to gardens and workshops, to the countless needs of a million souls who call this place home. A group of young apprentices works nearby, their tools creating rhythmic tapping sounds against stone as they repair and adjust the channel walls. An older engineer moves among them, his weathered hands pointing out details of construction, explaining techniques passed down through generations of builders. His voice carries the quiet authority of one who understands water's moods, who can read the subtle signs that tell when flow rates need adjustment, when pressure requires careful management. The scent of the city drifts toward you now, bread baking in countless ovens, incense from temple ceremonies, the green smell of gardens watered by these very channels you've followed for so many days. Olive oil mingles with the warm stone smell that seems to emanate from every surface touched by Roman hands. It's a complex fragrance, layered and rich, speaking of civilization in its fullest flower. Travelers gather at the gates in growing numbers as the day progresses. Merchants with laden carts wait patiently for their turn to enter, their goods covered with canvas against the dust. Pilgrims clutch small offerings, their faces bright with anticipation of reaching temples they've journeyed months to see. Soldiers return from distant provinces, their weathered faces relaxing as familiar walls come into view. The gate guards work with easy efficiency, checking documents and goods with the practiced eye of men who have seen every type of traveler the empire can produce. Their questions are routine, their manner courteous but thorough. The great wooden gates, reinforced with bands of iron, stand open to welcome all who come in peace to the eternal city. Water flows constantly beneath their feet through channels carved into the gate's foundation, invisible rivers that have sustained this place through seasons of plenty and scarcity alike. The sound is subtle but constant, a liquid whisper that speaks of abundance, of engineering genius, of the patient work of countless hands across generations. As afternoon light begins to slant golden through the gate openings, you realize your long journey alongside Rome's flowing heart is approaching its end. The aqueduct that began as distant mountain springs now prepares to fulfill its ultimate purpose, bringing life and comfort to the greatest city the world has known. The water continues its ancient song, patient and eternal, ready to serve as it has served for generations, as it will serve for generations yet to come. The eternal city waits beyond these gates, fed by the flowing arteries you've followed through valleys and across hillsides, sustained by the wisdom of engineers who understood that civilization flows on rivers of clean, abundant water. The morning mist clings to the 7 hills as you make your way to the Castellum Aquae, that sacred temple of water where Rome's lifeblood is divided and distributed. Here, at the city's edge where countryside meets civilization, stands one of engineering's most elegant achievements, a distribution center that transforms the mighty flow of your aqueduct into dozens of smaller streams, each carrying life to different quarters of the eternal city. The Castellum rises before you like a marble shrine, its columns catching the first golden rays of dawn. Water flows into this sacred chamber with the gentle, constant murmur that has become the soundtrack of your life as an aqueduct builder. But here, that singular voice becomes a choir as the flow divides, splits, and branches into countless smaller melodies. You step into the cool interior, where shafts of sunlight pierce the morning shadows and illuminate droplets of spray that dance in the air like tiny prisms. The waterkeeper priests move with quiet reverence among the bronze pipes, their sandals making soft sounds on the wet stone floor. These men have devoted their lives to understanding water's sacred properties, to maintaining the delicate balance that keeps Rome's fountains flowing and her citizens blessed with abundance. The main channel brings water from your aqueduct in a smooth, powerful current that fills the central basin with crystalline clarity. You can see every detail through the water's surface, the intricate mosaics that line the bottom, depicting Neptune and his dolphins in blues and greens that seem to move and flow like the water itself. The basin's edges are worn smooth by centuries of flowing water, polished to a shine that reflects the vaulted ceiling above. From this central pool, the water finds its way into a series of carefully calibrated openings, each one precisely sized to allow the correct volume to flow into the bronze distribution pipes. The sound is mesmerizing, not the rush of rapids or the crash of waterfalls, but the gentle, musical gurgle of water finding its perfect path. Each pipe sings its own note as the flow passes through, creating a harmony that seems to echo the very heartbeat of the city. A senior waterkeeper approaches, his white robes damp from the spray, his weathered hands checking the flow rate through a pipe that leads toward the Palatine Hill. He adjusts a bronze valve with practiced precision, and you watch as the flow increases slightly, responding to some calculation known only to those who have spent decades studying water's mysterious ways. His movements are those of a priest performing ritual, each adjustment made with reverence and deep understanding. The bronze pipes gleam in the soft light that filters through high windows. These are works of art as much as engineering marvels, their surfaces decorated with raised patterns of vines and leaves, of fish and water birds, all cast with such skill that they seem almost alive in the flickering lamplight. Some pipes are as wide as your arm, carrying substantial flows to the great public baths and fountains. Others are narrow as a child's wrist, designed to supply private homes and smaller establishments with just enough water for their daily needs. You follow one of the larger pipes as it leaves the Castellum, watching how it maintains its gentle downward slope, how the engineers have calculated every turn and joint to minimize resistance and preserve the water's energy. The pipe disappears into the earth, beginning its underground journey to emerge again at a fountain where citizens will gather, where children will play in the spray, where the gift of your aqueduct will touch countless lives in ways both grand and intimate. The waterkeeper priests continue their quiet work, checking levels, adjusting flows, recording measurements on wax tablets with the careful script of scholars. They understand that their labor is a form of worship, that by maintaining Rome's water supply, they serve not only the empire but the gods themselves who first blessed humanity with the knowledge to move water across vast distances. As the morning light grows stronger, you can see steam rising gently from the warm stones where water has splashed and pooled. The Castellum feels alive with purpose, every surface touched by moisture, every sound contributing to the symphony of flowing water. This is where your aqueduct's journey transforms from a single magnificent stream into the intricate network that nourishes a city of over 1 million souls. Standing here in this sacred space, surrounded by the gentle music of dividing waters and the quiet devotion of the keeper priests, you feel the profound satisfaction of work that serves something greater than yourself. Your aqueduct has brought this precious gift across mountains and valleys, and now the Castellum ensures that gift reaches every corner of Rome, from the humblest apartment to the grandest palace, carrying with it the promise of life, cleanliness, and civilization itself. The morning sun casts long shadows across the cobblestones as you make your way through the bustling neighborhoods of Rome, following the gentle sound of flowing water that has become the city's heartbeat. Your aqueduct has been flowing for months now, and today you witness its most beautiful gift to the people, the public fountains that bring life and joy to every corner of the eternal city. You pause at the first fountain in the Subura district, where the carved stone lion's mouth pours crystal-clear mountain water into a wide basin. The fountain stands like a welcoming beacon in the center of a small plaza, surrounded by modest apartments and workshops. Already, despite the early hour, people have begun to gather, drawn by the promise of fresh, cool water that flows endlessly from your carefully constructed channels. A group of children arrives first, their bare feet slapping against the warm stones as they race toward the fountain's edge. Their laughter echoes off the surrounding walls as they cup their small hands beneath the flowing spout, drinking deeply before splashing the excess water onto their faces and arms. The youngest, a girl with dark curls, discovers that she can direct the fountain's spray by placing her thumb over the lion's mouth, creating delicate arcs of water that catch the morning light like scattered diamonds. Behind them, their mothers approach more slowly, carrying clay amphorae and bronze vessels of various sizes. These women move with practiced efficiency, knowing exactly how to position their containers to catch the fountain's flow without waste. As they wait their turn, they exchange news and gossip, their voices creating a gentle murmur that blends harmoniously with the constant music of moving water. One woman tells of her husband's promotion at the brick kilns, while another shares news of a wedding planned for the coming month. You notice how the fountain has already become more than just a source of water. It has transformed into the neighborhood's gathering place, its social heart. An elderly man settles onto the stone bench that curves around the fountain's base, watching the daily ritual unfold with contentment in his weathered eyes. He remembers, he tells anyone who will listen, the days when water had to be carried from the distant Tiber, and he never tires of marveling at this miracle of engineering that brings mountain springs directly to his doorstep. Moving deeper into the city, you discover another fountain in the Forum Boreum, this one more elaborate, decorated with dolphins whose mouths release steady streams into a series of graduated basins. Here, merchants pause to refresh themselves between transactions, cupping their hands to drink before wiping their faces with damp cloths. The fountain's design allows multiple people to access the water simultaneously, with higher spouts for drinking and lower basins perfect for washing hands and faces. A young apprentice baker arrives with several large containers, filling them methodically for his master's needs. The water will become bread by evening, transformed through flour and flame into sustenance for Roman families. Nearby, a flower seller dips her wilted blooms into one of the lower basins, watching as the petals perk up and regain their vibrant colors in the life-giving water. As afternoon approaches, you find yourself at a particularly beautiful fountain in a residential area near the Palatine Hill. This fountain features a central column surrounded by 4 smaller spouts, each one feeding a separate basin. The design allows for natural segregation of uses, one basin reserved for drinking, another for washing, a third for filling containers, and the fourth serving as an overflow that creates a small stream running along the street's edge. Children have discovered that this overflow stream is perfect for sailing small wooden boats, carved by loving fathers from scraps of olive wood. They race alongside their miniature vessels, shouting encouragement and adjusting tiny cloth sails as the boats navigate the gentle current. Their joy is infectious, drawing smiles from passing adults who remember their own childhood adventures with sticks and leaves transformed into mighty ships. As evening light begins to paint the buildings in shades of gold and amber, you observe how the fountain's character changes with the hour. The urgent morning rush for water gives way to more leisurely social gatherings. Neighbors linger around the basins, discussing the day's events while children play elaborate games that incorporate the fountain's various features. Young lovers meet as if by chance, sharing quiet conversations while the sound of flowing water provides a gentle backdrop to their whispered words. In the fading light, you feel a deep satisfaction watching these scenes of daily life unfold around your creation. The aqueduct you built has done more than solve a practical problem. It has woven itself into the very fabric of Roman society, creating spaces where community flourishes and where the simple act of drawing water becomes a celebration of life itself. The fountains pulse with the rhythm of the city, eternal and essential as the heartbeat that sustains all living things. The morning sun filters through the towering windows of the Thermae Antoninianae, better known as the Baths of Caracalla, casting dancing patterns of light across the polished marble floors. You stand at the entrance to this magnificent complex, marveling at how the aqueduct waters you helped guide into the city now flow into this temple of relaxation and rejuvenation. The sound of flowing water greets you everywhere, a gentle, constant symphony that echoes through the vast halls. Streams cascade from ornate bronze spouts, filling the caldarium's steaming pools with water heated by the hypocaust system beneath your feet. The tepidarium offers warm, welcoming baths where citizens soak in comfortable temperatures, while the frigidarium provides cool relief with its refreshing pools fed directly by the crisp aqueduct water. You walk slowly through the entrance hall, your footsteps soft against the intricate mosaic floors depicting sea creatures and flowing waves. The ceiling soars high above, decorated with painted clouds and celestial scenes that seem to float in the steam-warmed air. Marble columns, polished to mirror-like perfection, reflect the shimmering water and create an endless vista of luxury and tranquility. In the caldarium, you observe the bathers moving slowly through the hot pools. Steam rises gently from the water's surface, creating a dreamy, almost mystical atmosphere. Citizens of all social classes gather here, senators alongside shopkeepers, freed slaves sharing space with merchants. The democratic nature of the baths creates a peaceful harmony, where differences dissolve like salt in the flowing water. An elderly patrician floats serenely in one corner, his eyes closed in blissful meditation as the warm water soothes his weathered joints. Nearby, a group of young men quietly discuss philosophy, their voices barely audible above the gentle lapping of water against marble edges. The scene unfolds like a living painting of Roman leisure, unhurried and deeply peaceful. You move into the tepidarium, where the temperature is perfectly balanced, neither too warm nor too cool. Here, citizens linger longer, enjoying extended conversations and the social aspects of bathing. The water maintains its ideal temperature through the genius of Roman engineering, as fresh aqueduct water continuously flows in measured amounts, mixing with the heated supply to create this haven of comfort. Slaves move quietly among the bathers, offering oils infused with lavender and rosemary, their presence as gentle as the steam that drifts through the air. Strigils scrape softly against skin, removing the day's dust and fatigue. Massage tables arranged in alcoves provide spaces for deeper relaxation, where skilled hands work away tension while the sound of flowing water provides a natural soundtrack. In the libraries adjacent to the bathing areas, scholars read scrolls while soaking their feet in small pools of warm water. The combination of intellectual pursuit and physical comfort embodies the Roman ideal of a balanced life. Sunlight streams through clerestory windows, illuminating particles of steam that dance like golden spirits in the air. The Natatio, the great swimming pool, stretches before you like an indoor sea. Fed by the coldest, clearest aqueduct water, it provides space for gentle exercise and play. Children splash quietly under their parents' watchful eyes, their laughter mixing with the ever-present sound of flowing water. Adult swimmers glide back and forth in slow, measured strokes, their movements as rhythmic and peaceful as the tide. Gardens visible through large windows show how water continues its journey beyond the baths. Fountains spray gentle arcs over flowering plants, while channels carry overflow water to irrigate the herbs and flowers that perfume the air. The integration of water, architecture, and nature creates a seamless environment of beauty and function. As afternoon light begins to slant through the windows at different angles, painting new patterns on the walls and floors, the atmosphere grows even more tranquil. Bathers move more slowly, savoring these precious hours of relaxation. Conversations become softer, more intimate, as if the flowing water carries away not just physical impurities but also the stress and worries of daily life. In the apoditerium, where bathers prepare for their ritual cleansing, attendants fold clean linen towels with practiced care. The changing rooms offer benches warmed by the hypocaust system, ensuring comfort even in the preparation stages. Oil lamps flicker gently in wall niches, their flames steady in the still, humid air. The sound of water follows you throughout your visit, sometimes a trickle, sometimes a gentle cascade, always present like a heartbeat of the great structure. This is the culmination of your aqueduct work, seeing how the precious water you helped bring to Rome creates spaces of such profound peace and luxury. The great baths of Caracalla stand as monuments not just to Roman engineering, but to the Roman understanding that civilization flourishes when citizens have places to cleanse, relax, and connect with one another in harmony. The morning sun filters through the cypress trees as you step through the marble archway into the private gardens of Villa Aurelia. Here, beyond the bustling streets of Rome, the aqueduct's precious water transforms into something magical, a paradise carved from stone and nurtured by flowing streams. The air is different here, cooler and perfumed with the scent of jasmine and rose petals. Beneath your sandaled feet, smooth mosaic pathways wind between raised flower beds, each tile carefully placed to depict dolphins dancing through azure waves. The sound that draws you forward is gentle and constant. Water, always water, trickling and babbling through hidden channels carved into the garden's very bones. To your left, a fountain rises from a pool lined with green marble from Egypt. The water arcs gracefully from the mouths of bronze fish, their scales catching the filtered sunlight as droplets fall like liquid crystal back to the surface. Lotus blossoms float serenely, their pink petals barely disturbing the mirror-like water that reflects the cloudless sky above. You pause beside the fountain, watching as tiny silver fish dart between the lily pads. These gardens are fed entirely by the aqueduct system, a testament to Roman engineering that brings mountain springs directly into this urban oasis. The water here is the same that flows through the great arches spanning the valleys, the same that fills the public fountains where citizens gather, yet here it serves beauty rather than necessity. A peacock calls softly from somewhere deeper in the garden, its cry almost musical in the hushed atmosphere. You follow the sound along a path bordered by lavender bushes, their purple spikes releasing fragrance with each gentle breeze. The water channels here are carved directly into the walkway's edge, Narrow streams no wider than your hand that carry the aqueduct's gift to every corner of this green sanctuary. Ahead, you discover the peacock strutting slowly beside a rectangular reflecting pool. Its tail feathers drag elegantly behind, iridescent blues and greens shimmering like captured starlight. The bird seems unbothered by your presence, focused instead on its own reflection in the still water. Other peacocks wander freely through the garden, their soft calls creating a dreamy soundtrack to the eternal murmur of flowing streams. The garden terraces rise before you in carefully planned levels, each connected by small waterfalls that cascade from pool to pool. On the upper terraces, exotic plants from across the empire create a living map of Roman conquests. Date palms from Egypt sway gently beside cedars from Lebanon, while flowering vines from Greece climb wooden trellises heavy with purple grapes. You climb the marble steps, feeling the cool mist from a nearby waterfall touch your skin. At each level, the garden reveals new treasures. A grotto carved into artificial rock where water trickles down moss-covered stones. A circular pool where goldfish swim lazily in the dappled shade of overhanging olive branches. The villa's owner clearly understands that water is more than sustenance here. It is artistry. Every fountain, every channel, every pool has been designed to please both eye and ear. The sound of water is everywhere but never overwhelming, a gentle percussion that seems to slow time itself. On the highest terrace, you find a small temple dedicated to Neptune, god of flowing waters. Before it, a spring bubbles up through carved marble, the same spring water that traveled miles through underground channels and soaring arches to reach this sacred spot. Here, the aqueduct's journey ends not in utility but in reverence, acknowledging the divine gift of water that makes such beauty possible. As you rest on a marble bench beside the temple, surrounded by the garden's gentle sounds, you understand why wealthy Romans created these spaces. In a city of stone and crowds, these gardens offer something precious, a place where the aqueduct's engineering marvel becomes pure tranquility. The afternoon light grows golden, filtering through the leaves of imported trees and casting dancing shadows on the water's surface. Peacocks continue their leisurely patrol of the pathways, their calls growing softer as evening approaches. The fountains play their endless music, each droplet part of a symphony that began in distant mountains and will continue long after the sun sets over Rome. In these private gardens, fed by the aqueduct's flowing heart, you've discovered more than beauty. You've found peace itself, flowing as surely as the water that makes it all possible. As dawn breaks over the ancient city, you find yourself walking through the narrow cobblestone streets of the bread baker's quarter, where the gentle murmur of flowing water creates a constant, soothing symphony. The aqueduct's channels run like silver ribbons through this bustling district, their steady current carrying the lifeblood that transforms grain into the city's daily sustenance. The air fills with the warm, yeasty aroma of bread beginning its daily journey from wheat to wonder. Steam rises from the bakehouse chimneys, curling upward into the soft morning light like incense offerings to the gods of grain and water. You pause beside a stone channel where clear aqueduct water rushes past, its surface catching the golden rays of sunrise and scattering them in dancing patterns across the bakery walls. Through an open doorway, you glimpse the heart of a traditional Roman bakery, where massive stone mills turn slowly, powered by the eternal flow of the aqueduct. The water cascades over wooden wheels, each drop contributing to the ancient rhythm of production that has fed this city for generations. The millstones grind steadily, crushing wheat berries into the fine flour that will become tomorrow's bread, their circular motion as hypnotic as a meditation wheel. A master baker emerges from the dim interior, flour dusting his weathered hands like powdered starlight. He nods respectfully toward the flowing water, acknowledging the gift that makes his craft possible. Without the aqueduct's reliable current, these mills would fall silent, and the city's appetite would go unsatisfied. The water flows past him with patient persistence, never hurrying, never stopping, carrying within its depths the promise of another day's abundance. You follow the water's path as it winds between buildings, noting how each bakery has positioned its operations to take advantage of the flowing channels. Here, a young apprentice fills clay vessels with fresh water, the liquid crystal clear and cool against the warming day. There, a woman kneads enormous batches of dough, the water she's incorporated binding the flour into smooth, elastic rounds that will soon fill the ovens. The sound of water mingles with the rhythmic thumping of kneading, creating a natural percussion that seems to slow your heartbeat and ease your breathing. Wooden paddles slap against dough, while streams trickle through carved channels, their combined melody as comforting as a mother's lullaby. You lean against a sun-warmed wall and close your eyes, letting this ancient music wash over you like a gentle tide. Steam begins to rise more thickly now as the first loaves enter the stone ovens, their surfaces already golden with promise. The heat from the ovens meets the cool moisture from the flowing water, creating small clouds that drift lazily through the quarter like benevolent spirits. The contrast of temperatures creates a microclimate of perfect comfort, neither too warm nor too cool, but balanced like everything else in this carefully orchestrated dance of water, grain, and fire. A group of children plays beside one of the larger channels, their laughter mixing with the water's constant whisper. They float small boats made of bark down the gentle current, racing alongside the miniature vessels as the water carries them toward the next district. Their joy reminds you that even the most utilitarian aspects of Roman engineering can inspire wonder and delight. As the morning progresses, the quarter fills with the deepening aroma of baking bread. Loaves emerge from ovens with crusts that crack and sing as they cool, their surfaces painted in shades of amber and gold. The bakers arrange their wares in neat rows, each loaf a testament to the marriage of human skill and nature's bounty, channeled through the genius of Roman engineering. The water continues its journey, carrying away the heat from cooling stones, providing the moisture that keeps the air breathable even near the blazing ovens. It flows under gratings and through covered channels, a hidden network of support that makes the visible magic possible. The steady current reminds you that the greatest achievements often depend on quiet, persistent forces working just out of sight. You watch an elderly baker carefully inspecting a fresh batch of loaves, his practiced eye reading stories in the color of each crust, the pattern of each crack. Behind him, water sparkles in its eternal passage, reflecting his satisfaction as he nods approvingly at his morning's work. The bread will feed families, sustain workers, bring comfort to the hungry, all made possible by the patient generosity of water flowing through stone channels built to last millennia. As you prepare to leave this quarter, the sound of flowing water follows you, a gentle reminder that somewhere in the city, mills continue turning, dough continues rising, and bread continues baking. The aqueduct's gift flows on, as constant as sunrise, as reliable as the human need for nourishment, connecting this single district to the vast network that makes Roman civilization possible. The morning sun casts long shadows across the stepped stone pools where the aqueduct's clear water flows in gentle cascades from one level to the next. Here, where the great waterway passes through the heart of the Subura district, the engineers have carved out a series of washing basins, their smooth limestone surfaces worn to a gentle gleam by countless hands and the endless caress of flowing water. You can hear them before you see them, the soft murmur of women's voices mingling with the splash of water, and the gentle slap of wet fabric against stone. As you draw closer to the laundry pools, the sounds become a comforting symphony of daily life, punctuated by occasional laughter and the pattering of small feet on wet stone. The women arrive in the early morning hours when the light is soft and golden, carrying their wicker baskets filled with their family's clothing. They move with practiced ease, claiming their favorite spots along the pool edges where the water runs clearest and the stone provides the best surface for scrubbing. Some have been coming to these same pools for decades, their mothers and grandmothers before them washing clothes in these very waters when the aqueduct was newly built. Maria, a woman with silver-streaked hair and gentle hands, kneels beside the second pool where the water runs swift and clean. She unfolds her husband's tunic, a simple garment of undyed wool that bears the honest stains of his work in the market. The soap she uses is her own creation, made from olive oil and ash, scented with lavender that grows wild on the hills outside the city. As she works the fabric between her fingers, bubbles form and drift downstream, catching the morning light like tiny prisms. Beside her, young Claudia tends to her newborn swaddling cloths, her movements careful and deliberate. This is only her second child, and she still seeks advice from the older women about which herbs to add to the wash water to keep the fabrics soft against delicate skin. The women share their knowledge freely how to remove olive oil stains with fuller's earth, which pools provide the best water for washing wool without shrinking, when to add crushed mint leaves to keep the clothes fresh. The children play in the shallows of the largest pool, their small hands cupped to catch the flowing water, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. They build temporary dams with pebbles and bits of broken pottery, watching with delight as the water finds new paths around their obstacles. Their mothers keep watchful eyes on them while continuing their work, occasionally calling out gentle warnings when the play becomes too exuberant. As the sun climbs higher, more women arrive. Old Livia, whose husband served in the legions under Trajan, brings news from the forum where her son works as a scribe. She speaks in measured tones about the new construction planned for the Campus Martius, how it will require even more water from the aqueducts. The women listen and nod, understanding instinctively how their daily lives connect to the grand engineering projects that define their city. The rhythm of the work becomes almost meditative. Dip, scrub, rinse, wring. The movements are ancient, passed down through generations of women who have gathered at water's edge to clean their families' belongings. The stone pools echo with the sound of fabric against limestone, a percussion that speaks of home and care and the endless cycle of daily maintenance that keeps a household running. Steam rises gently from the wet clothes as they're laid out on the sun-warmed stones to dry. The women spread tunics and stolas with practiced precision, ensuring that wrinkles will smooth naturally as the water evaporates. Heavier items like blankets and cloaks are draped over wooden frames that the city provides, their shadows creating patterns on the stone below. As afternoon approaches, the first loads of laundry begin to dry. The women fold their families' clean clothes with care, the fabric soft and sweet-smelling from the combination of soap, sun, and the mineral-rich aqueduct water. They chat quietly as they work, sharing small concerns and celebrations, creating the invisible bonds of community that turn a collection of strangers into neighbors. The children grow sleepy in the warm afternoon light, some curling up on their mothers' cloaks for brief naps while the adults finish their work. The sound of flowing water continues its constant, soothing murmur, a reminder of the great engineering marvel that brings this precious resource from distant mountains to their daily lives. By evening, the laundry pools will quiet, the stone surfaces drying in the fading light. Tomorrow will bring another day of washing, another gathering of women and children, another gentle symphony of water and conversation and care. The aqueduct flows on, eternal and patient, carrying not just water but the very essence of life through the heart of Rome. Beneath the grand marble floors of the Senate House, where the voices of Rome's most powerful men echo through pillared halls, lies a hidden world of quiet contemplation. Here, in the cool embrace of underground chambers, the city's lifeblood flows through carefully carved channels into vast cisterns that few will ever see. You descend stone steps worn smooth by centuries of careful maintenance, each footfall creating a whisper that joins the gentle symphony of water finding its rest. The air grows cooler with each step downward, carrying with it the clean, mineral scent of pure mountain water that has traveled dozens of miles to reach this sacred place beneath the heart of Roman power. The cisterns stretch before you like an underground cathedral, their vaulted ceilings supported by rows of sturdy columns that disappear into shadow. Each archway frames pools of perfectly still water, their surfaces so clear they seem like windows into another world. The marble walls, cut from the finest quarries and fitted with masterful precision, gleam softly in the filtered light that finds its way through carefully placed openings high above. Water arrives here through channels that have been carved with mathematical precision, each slope calculated to maintain the perfect flow. The liquid moves with unhurried grace, filling reservoir after reservoir in a sequence that has been perfected over generations. You can hear it now, the gentle murmur of water finding its level, the soft splash as it cascades from one pool to the next, the quiet drip that marks time in this timeless place. Above your head, separated by layers of stone and marble, senators debate the fate of provinces and the movements of legions. Their voices carry faintly through the ancient architecture, a distant rumble that speaks of human concerns and worldly ambitions. Yet here below, in this realm of flowing water and patient stone, a different kind of power resides, the quiet strength that sustains all life, all civilization, all human endeavor. The cisterns hold enough water to last through seasons of drought, through sieges that might threaten the city's water supplies, through any crisis that might interrupt the flow from distant mountains. Each pool represents foresight and planning, the wisdom of builders who understood that true security comes not from walls or weapons, but from the simple certainty of clean water flowing where it is needed. You walk along the raised walkways that border each reservoir, your footsteps creating small echoes that dance with the sound of moving water. The engineering here is invisible in its perfection, channels that prevent stagnation, overflow systems that manage excess, settling pools that allow sediment to fall away, leaving only the purest water for the city's needs. In alcoves carved into the walls, oil lamps burn with steady flames, their warm light creating dancing reflections on the water's surface. These flames have been tended for generations, ensuring that those who maintain this underground marvel can work safely in the depths. The lamplight catches the grain of the marble, revealing the subtle colors within the stone, pale gold and soft gray, the natural beauty that Roman craftsmen knew how to honor and enhance. A gentle current moves through the system, water arriving from the hills and flowing onward to fountains and baths throughout the city. This movement creates the softest whisper, a sound like distant wind through leaves, a lullaby that speaks of water's eternal journey from cloud to mountain stream to aqueduct to cistern to the lips of those who thirst. Here in these depths, time moves differently. The urgent debates above seem distant and temporary, while the patient work of water continues as it has for centuries. Each drop that enters these chambers carries with it the memory of rainfall on distant peaks, the journey through carefully crafted channels, the hands of builders who shaped stone to guide its flow. The coolness of this place seeps into your bones, bringing with it a profound sense of peace. This is water at rest after its long journey, gathering strength in marble chambers, waiting to serve the needs of a great city. In the gentle echo of droplets and the soft movement of currents, you hear the heartbeat of Rome itself, steady, reliable, eternal. As you rest beside these ancient pools, letting their quiet music wash over you like the gentlest blessing, you understand something profound about the civilization that built this place. True greatness lies not in grand gestures or mighty proclamations, but in the patient work of ensuring that life's most basic needs are met with grace and reliability. The water continues its endless cycle, and in its gentle flow, all of Rome finds its rhythm, its peace, its path toward tomorrow. As the first light of dawn touches the marble columns of the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, the sacred waters begin their most hallowed journey of the day. High above the bustling streets of Rome, where the great aqueducts have carried their precious cargo from distant mountain springs, the morning rituals commence with a reverence that has echoed through these halls for generations. The temple priest, Marcus Cornelius, moves with practiced grace through the shadowed corridors, his sandals whispering against the polished stone floors. In his weathered hands, he carries a bronze vessel, its surface gleaming with the patina of countless ceremonies. This morning, as every morning, he approaches the sacred fountain where the aqueduct waters pool in a basin carved from pure Carrara marble, its white surface reflecting the dancing flames of oil lamps that never extinguish. The water that flows into this basin has traveled 40 miles from the sacred springs of the Alban Hills, where mountain nymphs were once believed to dwell. It has flowed through channels carved by master engineers, across valleys on towering arches, through distribution chambers where careful hands have guided its course. Now, in this moment of perfect stillness, it fulfills its highest purpose as an offering to the gods who watch over Rome. Marcus dips his vessel into the cool, clear water, feeling its weight settle in his palms. The liquid catches the morning light streaming through the temple's high windows, creating patterns that dance like living prayers across the marble walls. He lifts the bronze container with both hands, holding it at eye level as he speaks the ancient words of blessing, his voice carrying the cadence of centuries of devotion. O Jupiter, father of gods and men, accept this offering of pure water, drawn from springs blessed by your divine presence. Let it cleanse our spirits as it has cleansed our bodies. Let it flow through our city as your benevolence flows through our lives. The temple fills with the gentle sound of flowing water as other priests begin their preparations throughout the sacred spaces. In the smaller shrines dedicated to the household gods, the lares and penates, delicate silver ladles lift water from smaller fountains, each drop destined for specific rituals of protection and prosperity. The water whispers against the bronze and silver vessels, a sound that seems to carry the very essence of Rome's flowing heart. In the Temple of Vesta, where the sacred flame burns eternal, virgin priestesses use the aqueduct waters for purification ceremonies that ensure the protection of the Roman people. Their white robes rustle softly as they move in choreographed precision, each gesture refined through years of dedication. The water they pour forms intricate patterns on the temple floor, designs that speak of ancient pacts between mortals and the divine. Throughout the morning, citizens of Rome climb the temple steps, their footfalls creating a gentle percussion against the stone. They come seeking blessings for their families, their businesses, their journeys to distant lands. Each petitioner receives a sprinkle of the blessed water, drops that carry within them the essence of mountain springs and the careful craftsmanship of Roman engineers. The water touches their foreheads like gentle rain, cool and refreshing, connecting them to something larger than themselves. A young mother cradles her infant son, presenting him for the blessing of protection. As the priest's fingers release droplets of sacred water onto the child's forehead, the baby's eyes widen with wonder, as if recognizing something ancient and eternal in this simple act. The water glistens on his smooth skin for a moment before being absorbed, becoming part of him as the great aqueducts have become part of Rome itself. An elderly senator, his toga draped with the dignity of years of service, bows his head as the blessed water touches his silver hair. In this moment, all earthly power dissolves into simple human need for divine guidance. The water that flows through Rome's fountains and baths now flows across his weathered features, a reminder that all things flow and change, yet some things remain eternal. As the sun reaches its zenith, casting sharp shadows through the temple columns, the morning ceremonies draw to a gentle close. The blessed water continues its endless circulation, flowing back into channels that will carry it to public fountains, where children will drink and play, where workers will refresh themselves, where life will continue its ancient rhythms. The priests extinguish the ceremonial lamps, but the water flows on, carrying with it the accumulated blessings of the morning. In this sacred cycle, the pure springs of distant mountains touch the lives of Rome's citizens, creating an unbroken connection between earth and heaven, between human need and divine provision. The aqueducts have brought more than water to Rome. They have brought the very essence of life itself, blessed and sanctified, flowing eternal through the heart of the greatest city the world has ever known. The morning sun filters through the high windows of the hospital ward, casting gentle patterns across the stone floors where fresh aqueduct water flows in carefully carved channels. Here, in this sacred space of healing, you can hear the soft murmur of running water mixing with the quiet voices of physicians and the peaceful breathing of those who rest. A physician named Marcus moves slowly between the beds, his weathered hands carrying a bronze basin filled with the clearest mountain water. Each drop has traveled hundreds of miles from the distant peaks, flowing through carefully constructed channels to reach this moment of healing. The water catches the light as he pours it, crystal clear and pure, untouched by the dust and chaos of the city streets. In the corner of the ward, steam rises gently from a large bronze vessel where herbs steep in the mountain water. Chamomile and lavender release their soothing essences into the warm liquid, creating healing potions that will calm fevered minds and ease troubled sleep. The physician's assistant, a young woman named Julia, stirs the mixture with a wooden spoon, watching as the water transforms into something magical, something that can mend what is broken. Near the window, another healer tends to a patient's wounds with infinite care. She dips clean linen into a shallow bowl of aqueduct water, the fabric darkening as it absorbs the pure liquid. With gentle motions, she cleanses away the day's concerns, each touch a whisper of comfort. The water runs clear from the cloth, carrying away pain and leaving behind only the promise of renewal. The sound of flowing water creates a constant, peaceful rhythm throughout the ward. Small channels carved into the floor direct the mountain gift along predetermined paths, ensuring that fresh water is always within reach. Patients close their eyes and listen to this gentle song, finding in its steady flow a meditation that soothes both body and spirit. An elderly man rests on a comfortable bed, his breathing deep, and even as he listens to the waters whisper. In his dreams, he walks beside mountain streams where the aqueduct water begins its journey, feeling the cool mist on his face and the soft moss beneath his feet. The healing power of pure water flows through his imagination, carrying him to places of perfect peace. Marcus approaches a basin carved from smooth marble, its surface worn gentle by countless years of service. He cups the mountain water in his palms, feeling its coolness against his skin. This water has traveled through time as well as space, connecting this moment of healing to the ancient wisdom of those who understood that purity brings restoration. He offers it to a patient who drinks slowly, gratefully, feeling strength return with each careful sip. The afternoon light grows softer as it moves across the ward, illuminating dust motes that dance above the flowing channels. The water continues its eternal song, neither rushed nor delayed, simply present in each moment of healing. Physicians move with the same unhurried grace, understanding that true healing cannot be forced, only invited through patience and care. Julia prepares another healing draft, measuring herbs with practiced precision into a cup of the clearest water. Rose petals float on the surface like tiny boats on a peaceful lake, their fragrance mingling with the clean scent of mountain springs. The mixture will bring restful sleep to those whose minds race with worry, the pure water carrying the herb's gentle power directly to where it is most needed. As evening approaches, oil lamps begin to flicker to life throughout the ward, their warm glow reflecting in the streams of flowing water. The channels seem to carry light as well as liquid, creating patterns of brightness that dance across the ceiling like captured starlight. Patients settle into deeper rest, comforted by the constant presence of the water's song. In the stillness of the coming night, the aqueduct water continues its work of healing. It flows past sleeping forms, past careful hands that tend and comfort, past the tools of healing that wait patiently for tomorrow's service. The mountain gift moves through this sacred space with the same dedication it has shown for generations, carrying within its crystal depths the promise that all wounds can heal, all thirsts can be satisfied, and all weariness can find its rest. The hospital ward grows quiet as the last light fades, but the water's whisper remains, a lullaby that speaks of mountain peaks and ancient wisdom, of patience and purity, of the endless cycle of renewal that flows through every moment of every day, bringing healing to all who need its gentle touch. The sun hangs low over the Campus Martius as you make your way toward the gladiatorial training grounds, the sound of your footsteps echoing softly against the stone pathways that wind between the practice yards. The air carries the distant rhythm of wooden swords striking shields, punctuated by the steady flow of water from the aqueduct channels that snake through this corner of Rome like silver veins. You pause at the entrance to the largest ludus, where the morning's training sessions are drawing to a close. Through the archway, you can see fighters moving with practiced grace across the sandy ground, their movements slow and deliberate now as they cool down from hours of intensive practice. The late afternoon light filters through the colonnade, casting long shadows that dance and shift as the gladiators complete their final exercises. The aqueduct water flows steadily through a series of carved stone basins positioned around the perimeter of the training area. These pools, fed directly from the Aqua Claudia, provide a constant supply of fresh, cool water that has become as essential to the gladiators' routine as their weapons and armor. You watch as one fighter, a tall man with shoulders broad as a door frame, approaches the nearest basin with measured steps. Steam rises gently from his skin as he cups the cool water in his calloused hands, bringing it first to his face, then letting it cascade over his neck and shoulders. The contrast between the warmth of his body and the coolness of the aqueduct water creates small wisps of vapor that curl upward in the golden light, dissipating into the evening air like incense offered to the gods. Around him, other gladiators follow similar rituals of cooling and cleansing. A compact fighter with quick, darting eyes splashes water over his forearms, washing away the dust and sweat that has accumulated during sword practice. Another, older and more weathered, sits on the stone edge of a basin and slowly pours water over his graying head, his eyes closed in quiet contemplation as droplets run down his weathered face. The water itself tells a story of Rome's ingenuity. It has traveled from distant mountain springs, flowing through precisely engineered channels and over carefully calculated gradients to arrive here at this moment. The same water that supplies the great baths and fills the fountains in senators' gardens now serves these warriors, cooling their heated bodies and preparing them for the contests that await. You notice how the gladiators move around the water sources with an almost reverent care. There is no splashing or waste, no careless use of this precious resource. Each man takes what he needs, nothing more, understanding perhaps better than most Romans the value of what flows so freely through their city. Their lives depend on discipline in all things, and this extends even to their use of the aqueduct's gift. As the training master calls an end to the day's session, the gladiators begin their final preparations. Some kneel beside the deeper basins, cupping water to drink slowly, their bodies instinctively knowing the importance of proper hydration. Others use the flow to clean their practice weapons, the metal gleaming as water washes away the residue of combat training. The evening air grows cooler now, and the steam rising from the fighters' bodies becomes more pronounced. It creates an almost mystical atmosphere in the training ground, as if the spirits of ancient warriors are manifesting in the mist. The soft sound of flowing water mingles with the quiet conversations of men discussing techniques and sharing wisdom earned through years of training. You observe a young gladiator, perhaps new to the ludus, watching the older fighters with careful attention. He mimics their movements at the water basins, learning not just the physical techniques of combat, but the rituals of recovery and preparation that are equally important to survival in the arena. The cool water runs over his arms as he copies their methodical cleansing, understanding that in this world, every detail matters. As darkness begins to settle over Rome, torches are lit around the training ground, their flames reflecting off the still surface of the water basins. The gladiators will soon retire to their quarters, but for now, they linger in this peaceful moment between the intensity of training and the rest that will restore their strength. The aqueduct continues its eternal flow, carrying away the heat of the day and bringing the promise of tomorrow's preparation. In the gentle sound of moving water and the soft conversations of weary warriors, you find a profound sense of Rome's rhythm, the daily cycle of effort and recovery, of strength tested and restored, all made possible by the flowing heart of the empire that never sleeps, never stops, never fails to provide what its people need to face another day. The morning sun filters through the tall windows of the library, casting golden rectangles across tables laden with scrolls and codices. Here, in this sanctuary of learning, the gentle sound of flowing water mingles with the soft scratch of reed pens against parchment. You follow the marble channels that carry fresh water from Marcus's aqueduct into this temple of knowledge, where wisdom flows as steadily as the streams that feed it. A young scribe named Gaius sits at a wooden desk worn smooth by countless hours of scholarly work. Before him lies a partially copied manuscript of Pliny's Natural Histories, the Latin words flowing across the page in careful, measured strokes. He pauses in his writing, dipping his pen into a small ceramic well filled with oak gall ink. The ink itself was mixed this morning using water from the aqueduct, pure, clean water that carries no impurities to cloud the precious words. You watch as Gaius carefully dampens a piece of parchment with a soft sponge, using water drawn from the library's fountain. The moisture makes the writing surface more receptive to ink, allowing the letters to flow smoothly without catching or blotting. This is delicate work. Too much water and the parchment becomes sodden, too little and the ink sits uneasily on the surface. The scribes have learned to trust the consistent quality of water that flows from Marcus's carefully constructed channels. In the corner of the library, an elderly scholar named Cassius tends to the papyrus collection. These fragile scrolls from Egypt require special care. They must be kept at just the right level of humidity to prevent cracking. He uses a fine spray of aqueduct water to mist the air around the precious documents, creating the perfect environment for their preservation. The water's purity ensures that no minerals or contaminants will damage the ancient texts over time. The library's fountain serves as more than decoration. Its gentle bubbling creates a peaceful atmosphere that aids concentration, while the moving water keeps the air fresh and humid enough to prevent the parchments from becoming brittle. Young students gather around tables near the fountain, their voices hushed in reverence for the knowledge surrounding them. They copy passages from philosophical works, mathematical treatises, and poetry collections, each word carefully preserved for future generations. You notice how the scribe's ritual of preparation mirrors the flow of water itself. They begin each day by cleaning their writing instruments with fresh water, ensuring that yesterday's dried ink doesn't interfere with today's work. Their reed pens are cut with sharp knives and shaped with patient precision, then tested with drops of water to ensure the perfect flow. The process is meditative, almost ceremonial in its attention to detail. Master librarian Quintus moves between the tables like a gentle shepherd tending his flock. He carries a small bronze vessel filled with water, occasionally adding a few drops to ink that has begun to thicken in the warm afternoon air. His knowledge of mixing inks is vast: iron gall for permanence, lamp black for darkness, cinnabar for the red letters that mark important passages. Each pigment requires a specific ratio of water to achieve the perfect consistency. The afternoon light grows softer as scribes continue their patient work. A young woman named Livia carefully copies a collection of Sappho's poetry, her letters flowing like music across the parchment. She pauses frequently to re-wet her pen, creating a rhythm of writing and preparation that matches the steady drip of water from the fountain's edge. As the day draws toward evening, the scribes begin to clean their workspace. They wash their hands in basins filled with aqueduct water, removing every trace of ink that might transfer to tomorrow's clean parchment. Their pens are carefully cleaned and set aside to dry. The water that served their scholarly pursuits flows away through hidden drains, eventually returning to the great cycle that brings fresh water to all corners of the city. The library grows quiet as the last scribe caps his inkwell and rolls his finished scroll. The fountain continues its gentle song, water flowing endlessly through channels carved by skilled hands and guided by brilliant engineering. In this place where knowledge is preserved and transmitted, water serves not just as a tool, but as a symbol. Both learning and water flow from source to destination, carrying life and wisdom wherever they go. Tonight, as the oil lamps are extinguished and silence settles over the scrolls and codices, the fountain's gentle murmur continues. Water flows through the darkness, ready to serve tomorrow's scholars, ready to help preserve the thoughts and discoveries that will illuminate future generations. In this quiet sanctuary, the marriage of water and wisdom creates something eternal, knowledge that will flow forward through time like the endless streams that feed it. The first light of dawn touches the cobblestones of the fish market as you make your way through the narrow streets leading to the Forum Boreum. The air carries the salt-touched scent of the sea, mingled with the fresh, clean smell of flowing water from the aqueducts that serve this bustling corner of Rome. Your footsteps echo softly against the stone as vendors begin their ancient ritual of preparing for the day's trade. The sound reaches you first, the gentle splash of water cascading from the marble fountains that line the market square. These fountains, fed by the same aqueduct system you've helped to build, provide the lifeblood of the fish trade. Crystal clear water flows continuously from carved spouts, filling wide stone basins where the day's catch will soon be displayed on beds of crushed ice and fresh herbs. A fishmonger named Marcus arrives with his cart, wheels creaking pleasantly as he navigates the smooth stones. His weathered hands, strong from years of hauling nets and sorting catches, carefully arrange gleaming fish in neat rows. The silver scales catch the early morning light like scattered coins, each fish nestled in its bed of cooling water that flows directly from your aqueducts. Fresh from the Tiber's mouth, Marcus calls to no one in particular, his voice carrying the comfortable rhythm of countless mornings. He dips his hands into the fountain's basin, cupping the cool water and letting it run over a magnificent trout, its pink flesh firm and bright. The water carries away any trace of the sea's salt, leaving only the pure, sweet taste that Roman tables have come to expect. Nearby, another vendor tends to her display of shellfish. Claudia has traveled since midnight from the coastal town of Ostia, her cart laden with oysters, clams, and mussels that still taste of Mediterranean brine. She arranges them carefully in shallow pools fed by thin streams of aqueduct water, creating miniature tidal pools that keep her precious cargo alive and fresh. The water trickles gently over the shells, a soothing sound like rain on a summer roof. The fountain at the market center stands as a testament to Roman engineering and artistry. Water flows from the mouths of carved dolphins, their stone forms weathered smooth by countless gallons that have passed through them. Around the fountain's base, vendors fill their amphora with the clean water, some adding a handful of sea salt to create the perfect brine for preserving their most delicate fish. As the sun climbs higher, more merchants arrive with their wares. A man from the mountain lakes brings trout with flesh as pink as roses, kept fresh in wooden tanks that he refills constantly from the fountain. The sound of water pouring from his ladle creates a steady, meditative rhythm that mingles with the growing murmur of voices and the soft slap of sandaled feet on wet stone. Children dart between the stalls, their laughter bright as silver bells, drawn by the spectacle of sea creatures displayed like jewels in their beds of flowing water. They peer wide-eyed at the strange fish from distant waters, exotic specimens with fins like silk scarves and eyes like polished obsidian, all kept pristine by the constant flow of clean aqueduct water. The merchants' calls create a gentle symphony of commerce. Mullet from the clear waters of Lake Bolsena calls one. Sea bass caught at dawn off the shores of Neapolis answers another. Their voices blend with the eternal whisper of flowing water, creating the unique music of the Roman fish market at dawn. Steam rises gently from the warmer basins where tropical fish rest, their scales shimmering beneath the surface like living rainbows. The contrast between the cool morning air and the slightly warmed water creates delicate wisps of vapor that catch the sunlight, adding an ethereal quality to the bustling scene. A master chef from one of the great houses arrives with his servants, examining the displays with the practiced eye of one who understands both flavor and presentation. He nods approvingly at the pristine condition of the fish, knowing that the constant flow of clean water has preserved not just their freshness, but their dignity as well. In Rome, even the humblest meal is elevated by the care taken in its preparation. As you stand among the vendors and their gleaming wares, the sound of flowing water surrounds you like a gentle embrace. This is more than commerce, it is a daily celebration of the abundance that flows through Rome's stone veins, bringing life and prosperity to every corner of the eternal city. The fish market at dawn, with its symphony of water and voices, its display of silver treasures from distant waters, stands as living proof that in Rome, even the most practical needs are touched by beauty and grace. The golden light of late afternoon filters through the olive groves surrounding Rome, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets as the city prepares for the autumn harvest festival. You can smell the sweet scent of ripening grapes carried on the warm breeze, mingling with the earthy aroma of fresh bread baking in countless ovens throughout the neighborhoods. At the great fountain in the Forum Romanum, citizens begin to gather as they have for generations, carrying wicker baskets filled with the season's bounty. Plump figs still warm from the sun, clusters of purple grapes heavy with juice, and loaves of grain bread made from wheat grown in the fertile fields beyond the city walls. The fountain's three-tiered marble structure rises majestically before them, water flowing in gentle cascades from one level to the next, its soft splashing creating a peaceful rhythm that seems to welcome the approaching celebration. An elderly woman approaches the fountain's edge, her weathered hands cupping the cool, crystal-clear water. She drinks deeply, then closes her eyes in quiet gratitude. Around her, families spread colorful woolen blankets on the smooth stone plaza, creating intimate circles where grandparents, parents, and children gather to share in the evening's festivities. The children's laughter mingles with the gentle murmur of flowing water, creating a symphony of contentment that seems to embrace everyone present. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the Seven Hills, a priest of Terminus, god of boundaries and water rights, steps forward wearing robes the color of autumn leaves. In his hands, he carries a simple clay pitcher, its surface rough and unglazed, representing the humble origins from which all abundance flows. He fills the vessel from the fountain's main spout, where the water emerges fresh and pure from the great aqueducts that snake across the countryside, bringing life from distant mountain springs. The priest's voice carries clearly across the gathering, warm and resonant like honey poured from a jar. He speaks of the sacred partnership between earth and engineering, between the natural springs that bubble up from deep within the mountains, and the careful work of human hands that guides that precious water across valleys and hills to reach the heart of the empire. His words flow like the water itself, unhurried and soothing, reminding everyone present of the miracle they witness every day but rarely pause to truly appreciate. Young mothers lift their infants toward the fountain's gentle spray, allowing the mist to bless the children's faces with tiny droplets that catch the golden light like scattered jewels. Teenage boys and girls, their arms stained purple from helping with the grape harvest, wash their hands in the cool water, the vineyard's sweetness swirling away in ribbons of color that disappear into the fountain's depths. A master vintner steps forward, carrying an amphora of the season's first wine. The ceramic vessel, painted with scenes of dancing satyrs and abundant vines, gleams in the warm light. With careful ceremony, he pours a small measure of the dark wine into the fountain's basin, where it mingles with the clear water in swirling patterns of deep red and crystalline transparency. The symbolic union represents the marriage of human craft with nature's gifts, the cultivation of earth meeting the purity of flowing springs. Children gather around the fountain's edge, their small hands dipping ceremonial cups into the water where wine and mountain spring water blend. They drink solemnly, their young faces serious with the importance of the ritual, tasting the slight sweetness of the wine tempered by the cool, mineral freshness of water that has traveled hundreds of miles to reach their lips. It is their first taste of the adult responsibility of gratitude, the understanding that abundance requires both blessing and effort. As twilight deepens, oil lamps begin to flicker to life around the plaza, their warm flames reflecting in the fountain's moving water like fallen stars. The gathering settles into a peaceful quiet, families sharing simple meals of bread, cheese, and seasonal fruits while the fountain continues its eternal song. Grandparents tell stories of harvests past, their voices soft and measured, weaving tales of seasons when the rains came late, but the aqueducts never failed, ensuring that both crops and citizens survived even the driest years. The celebration continues late into the evening, but it is a gentle revelry marked more by contentment than excitement. People drift away in small groups, families walking slowly home through torchlit streets, their hearts full of gratitude for the twin blessings of fertile earth and flowing water. The fountain remains, its marble surfaces now cool beneath the star-filled sky, water continuing to flow as it has for countless nights before and will for countless nights to come. In the peaceful darkness, the sound of moving water serves as a lullaby for the sleeping city, a reminder that some gifts are so constant, so reliable, that they become the very rhythm of life itself. As the last golden rays of sunlight fade behind the 7 hills of Rome, a different kind of work begins along the great stone channels that snake across the countryside. The aqueducts, those marvels of engineering that bring life-giving water to the eternal city, never truly sleep. And neither, it seems, do the dedicated souls who tend to them. Marcus adjusts the leather strap of his oil lamp, the warm flame casting dancing shadows across the worn stone of the Aqua Claudia. His weathered hands, stained with years of lime and mortar, run along the smooth interior walls of the channel, feeling for the telltale roughness that signals a crack or loose joint. Behind him, the gentle splash of his colleague's footsteps echoes in the narrow maintenance corridor that runs alongside the flowing water. Tonight, like every night, the Aquarii begin their careful pilgrimage through miles of underground tunnels and elevated arches. Their torches create pools of amber light that slide along the ancient stonework, revealing the intricate craftsmanship of builders who worked here decades ago. Each block was cut with precision, each joint sealed with the finest pozzolan cement, yet even the greatest engineering requires constant care. The water whispers past them in its eternal journey, carrying the mountain's gift toward the fountains and baths of sleeping Romans. Marcus pauses to listen to its song after 20 years tending these channels. He can hear the subtle changes in the water's voice that speak of blockages or shifts in flow. Tonight, the sound is pure and steady, like a lullaby sung in stone. His partner, young Gaius, kneels beside a section where calcium deposits have begun to narrow the channel. With patient strokes of his bronze scraper, he begins the meditative work of cleaning away the white buildup. The limestone dust sparkles in the torchlight like fallen stars, drifting down to join the flowing stream. It's work that requires both strength and delicacy. Too aggressive, and the precious waterproof lining might crack. Too gentle, and the deposits will continue to grow until the flow diminishes to a trickle. In the deeper tunnels where the channels burrow through hillsides, the maintenance crews work in comfortable silence. The air here is cool and moist, carrying the mineral scent of deep earth and flowing water. Their oil lamps create a warm constellation moving through the darkness, each flame a testament to Roman dedication to their craft. Above ground, along the towering arches that stride across the Campagna, another team checks the massive stone joints. The night wind carries the scent of wild herbs and distant wood smoke from farmhouse hearths. Here, under a canopy of stars, the workers move with practiced confidence along narrow walkways built into the aqueduct structure. Their torches flicker in the breeze, but never extinguish. These are flames tended by masters of their craft. Old Lucius, supervisor of the night crews, pauses at an inspection chamber where 3 channels converge. His experienced eye measures the water levels, noting the subtle differences in color and clarity that tell him about conditions far upstream. A slight cloudiness in one channel suggests recent rains in the Anio Valley. The crystal clarity of another speaks of deep spring sources, untouched by surface runoff. As the night deepens, the crews methodically work their way toward the city. In settling tanks, they remove accumulated sediment with long-handled bronze rakes, the soft scraping sound mixing with the gentle bubble of water finding its level. Each tank is a small miracle of engineering, designed to let gravity slowly separate pure water from the particles of their mountain journey. The work is rhythmic, almost meditative. Scrape away deposits, check for cracks, test joints for soundness, clear debris from filters. Each task performed with the knowledge that tomorrow, citizens throughout Rome will turn bronze taps and expect clear, cold water to flow forth. Children will drink from public fountains without a thought. Bakers will mix their dough with water pure enough to trust. The great baths will fill with water warm enough to soothe away the day's labors. Near dawn, as the first pale light touches the eastern horizon, Marcus and his crew emerge from the tunnels. Their torches, no longer needed, are carefully extinguished and stored for tomorrow's work. Their clothes bear the honest dust of their labor, their hands the satisfaction of work well done. The water continues its ancient song, flowing through channels cleaned and tended by invisible hands. Throughout Rome, fountains sparkle in the morning light, cisterns stand full and ready, and the great public baths steam gently in the cool air. Citizens wake to a city where water flows as reliably as the sunrise, never knowing that dedicated crews worked through the night to ensure this daily miracle. In their modest quarters, the night shift equarii settle into well-earned rest, their dreams filled with the gentle sound of flowing water and the quiet satisfaction of essential work completed in darkness. The morning sun filters through the marble columns of the emperor's palace, casting long shadows across the polished floors where water flows in gentle, measured streams. You find yourself walking slowly through the most magnificent water gardens ever conceived by human hands, where every drop that cascades and pools speaks of the empire's boundless reach. Here, in the heart of imperial power, the aqueducts have created something beyond mere utility. They have birthed wonder itself. The sound of flowing water echoes through the corridors, a constant, soothing symphony that has accompanied the footsteps of emperors for generations. Each fountain, each pool, each carefully crafted channel represents not just engineering mastery, but the very lifeblood of an empire that stretches from the misty shores of Britain to the golden sands of Egypt. You pause beside the great cascade that tumbles from the upper terraces, its water caught and released through a series of increasingly elaborate basins. The marble has been carved with such precision that the water seems to dance as it falls, creating patterns of light and shadow that shift with each passing moment. The gentle splash and gurgle creates a rhythm as old as time itself, a pulse that matches the beating of your own heart. Moving deeper into the palace grounds, you discover the emperor's private reflecting pool, its surface so still it mirrors the painted ceiling above with perfect clarity. The water here comes from the same aqueducts that serve the humblest citizen, yet it has been transformed into something magical. Lily pads float serenely on the surface, their white blooms opening to catch the filtered sunlight that streams through the surrounding colonnade. The emperor himself often comes here in the quiet hours before dawn. You're told by the soft-spoken gardener who tends these water features with reverent care. Here, surrounded by the gentle sounds of flowing water, even the most powerful man in the world finds peace. The responsibilities of ruling millions fade away in the presence of this liquid serenity, replaced by something deeper, a connection to the fundamental forces that sustain all life. Along the marble walkways, smaller fountains create their own intimate spaces for contemplation. Each has been designed with a different purpose, a different mood. One sends thin streams of water arcing through the air in perfect parabolas, the droplets catching the light like scattered diamonds. Another allows water to sheet smoothly down a curved wall, creating a liquid mirror that distorts and clarifies the world beyond in equal measure. You settle on a marble bench beside the grandest fountain of all, where water rises from hidden pipes deep below the palace floors to create a display that seems to defy gravity itself. The water climbs and falls in complex patterns, each jet timed to create a dance that changes with the hours of the day. During the heat of midday, the fountain provides cooling mist that carries the faint scent of minerals from distant mountains. In the evening, when torches are lit around its perimeter, the water becomes liquid fire, each drop transformed into molten gold. The abundance here is overwhelming, yet somehow peaceful. There is no sense of waste, no feeling of excess, only the profound satisfaction that comes from human ingenuity harnessed in service of beauty. The same engineering principles that bring clean water to crowded neighborhoods and busy markets have here been refined into art. The aqueducts that stretch across valleys and tunnel through hills culminate in these moments of pure aesthetic joy. As you sit in this water paradise, you can almost sense the vast network that makes it possible. The careful gradients calculated across hundreds of miles, the precise stonework that channels mountain springs toward this very spot, the countless workers who maintain the system day after day. Their labor has created not just functionality, but transcendence. In the emperor's palace, water has become poetry written in marble and motion. The afternoon light gradually softens, and the water features respond as if aware of the changing day. The sounds become more gentle, the patterns more subdued. Even here, in the seat of earthly power, the rhythms of nature assert their ancient authority. The water that has traveled so far to reach this place will continue its journey, eventually finding its way back to the sea from which all water comes. You close your eyes and listen to the eternal conversation between stone and stream, feeling the cool mist on your face and breathing in the clean, mineral-rich air that surrounds these imperial waters. In this moment, surrounded by the flowing heart of the empire, you understand that true wealth lies not in gold or conquest, but in the simple miracle of clear, abundant water freely shared across a vast and peaceful realm. The morning sun casts long shadows across the rolling hills beyond Rome's ancient walls, where elegant villas dot the countryside like pearls scattered on green silk. Here, in the gentle embrace of the suburban landscape, the aqueduct's crystalline waters have found their way through carefully engineered branch lines, bringing the mountain's gift to those fortunate enough to call these peaceful estates home. Marcus Flavius stands on the marble terrace of his villa, watching as the first light of dawn touches the rows of grapevines that stretch across his property in neat, orderly lines. The sound of flowing water reaches his ears, not the distant thunder of the main aqueduct, but the gentle murmur of the private channel that winds through his gardens, carrying that precious mountain water directly to his doorstep. The villa itself is a testament to Roman engineering and prosperity. Built in the classical style, with cream-colored stone that seems to glow in the early morning light, it sits perfectly positioned to catch the cooling breezes that drift down from the distant hills. Columns support a graceful portico where climbing roses have begun their summer bloom, their petals occasionally drifting down to float on the surface of the villa's private water feature. In the gardens below, the aqueduct's water flows through a series of carefully constructed channels, each one designed not just for function, but for beauty. The water moves with purpose yet grace, filling ornamental pools where colorful fish dart between lily pads, then continuing on to irrigate the carefully tended beds of herbs and vegetables that supply the villa's kitchen. But it is in the vineyards where the aqueduct's gift truly shows its worth. Row upon row of grapevines stretch across the gentle slopes, their leaves a vibrant green that speaks of abundant life. The mountain water, channeled through an intricate network of clay pipes and stone conduits, reaches each vine with perfect timing and measure. The vintner, an elderly man whose weathered hands speak of decades spent tending these same vines, moves slowly between the rows, checking the moisture in the soil with the practiced eye of one who understands the delicate balance between too little and too much. The water arrives here still carrying the memory of its mountain origin, cool and pure, untainted by the dust and heat of the city. It seeps into the earth around each vine's roots, carrying with it the minerals and life that will eventually transform into the deep, rich flavors of wine. The grapes themselves, still small and hard in these early summer days, will swell and sweeten as the season progresses, drawing their character not just from the soil and sun, but from this precious mountain water that travels so far to reach them. Inside the villa, the household is beginning its daily rhythm. In the kitchen, servants draw water from a fountain that never runs dry, its basin carved from a single piece of marble and decorated with dolphins that seem to swim in the morning light. The water here is so clear that you can see every detail of the mosaic tiles that line the fountain's bottom, tiny squares of blue and gold that create the image of Neptune himself, blessing the waters with his trident. The villa's bathhouse, smaller than those grand establishments in the city but no less luxurious, fills each morning with the same mountain water that flows through the main aqueduct. Here, the water is warmed by hypocaust heating, creating clouds of gentle steam that rise and dissipate in the morning air. The owner and his family will bathe in water that began its journey in distant peaks, traveled through engineering marvels, and arrived here as fresh and clean as when it first bubbled from the mountain springs. As the sun climbs higher, other villa owners throughout the countryside begin their own daily rituals, each one blessed by the aqueduct's reach. Some tend olive groves where the ancient trees drink deeply of the mountain water, their silver-green leaves rustling in gratitude. Others oversee workshops where artisans create pottery and textiles, their work made possible by the abundant water that powers their wheels and cleans their materials. The branch lines that serve these suburban estates are marvels of engineering in their own right, smaller than the great aqueduct but no less carefully planned. They follow the natural contours of the land, maintaining just the right gradient to keep the water flowing steadily without erosion or waste. Stone-lined channels give way to lead pipes where necessary, then emerge again as open waterways that sparkle in the sunlight. Here in the peaceful countryside, with the city's noise and bustle left behind, the true luxury of abundant water becomes most apparent. It is not just a necessity here, but a blessing that transforms the landscape into something approaching paradise, a place where Romans of means can enjoy the fruits of their empire's greatest engineering achievement in perfect tranquility. The morning sun stretches across the marble plaza, casting long shadows from the towering columns that frame the grand fountain. Water cascades in gentle tiers, each level catching the golden light and sending it dancing across the smooth stone surfaces. The sound is constant, peaceful, a liquid whisper that has become the heartbeat of this corner of Rome. Children begin to gather as the day grows warmer, their small sandaled feet pattering across the polished stones. They carry with them treasures collected from around the city. Carved wooden boats no bigger than their palms, painted clay dolphins, and scraps of colorful cloth that will become sails. These are not just toys, but vessels for imagination, ready to transform the practical waterways into rivers of adventure. A young girl named Livia kneels beside the fountain's lowest basin, where the water flows in a steady stream toward the channel that will carry it through the neighborhood. Her boat, carved from olive wood by her grandfather, sits perfectly in her small hands. She has painted eyes on its prow and wrapped a piece of blue fabric around a thin stick for its sail. With careful precision, she lowers it into the flowing water and watches as the current takes hold. The boat bobs and spins, following the gentle curve of the channel. Livia runs alongside, her long tunic rustling as she keeps pace with her creation. Other children join the procession, each launching their own vessels into the stream. Soon, a small fleet moves together through the water, some boats bumping gently against each other, others finding their own path in the current. Marcus, a boy of perhaps 10 years, has fashioned a more elaborate creation. His boat carries a miniature clay amphora, no bigger than his thumb, secured with string to represent precious cargo. He explains to the younger children that his vessel is carrying olive oil to the markets in Gaul, though the boat travels no farther than the next plaza. His serious tone and detailed story captivate his audience, who listen with wide eyes as they follow the tiny merchant ship on its grand journey. The water channel winds through the neighborhood like a gentle river, bordered by low stone walls that make perfect perches for small observers. Children sit with their legs dangling, feet almost touching the clear water below. They cheer when a boat navigates successfully around a bend, and giggle when one becomes temporarily caught against a stone or piece of debris. There is no competition here, only shared delight in the simple magic of moving water. Near the baker's shop, where the aroma of fresh bread mingles with the sound of flowing water, an older boy demonstrates how to create whirlpools using a long stick. The younger ones watch in fascination as he guides the water in circles, creating tiny vortexes that catch leaves and petals floating on the surface. His movements are gentle, respectful of the water that serves their families and their city. As the boats continue their journey, some children decide to become merchants themselves, walking alongside the channel and calling out imaginary wares. Fresh figs from the countryside, shouts one girl, cupping her hands around her mouth. Silk from the distant lands, calls another, though she has never seen silk except in the market stalls. Their voices blend with the sound of the water, creating a symphony of childhood and flowing streams. The game evolves naturally, as children's games do. Some become sailors, others merchants, and still others transform into sea creatures swimming alongside the boats. They move with grace and imagination, their laughter floating on the warm air like music. The practical aqueduct system, designed to bring life-giving water to the city, has become a stage for joy and creativity. An elderly woman watches from her doorway, a gentle smile on her weathered face. She remembers when her own children played these same games, and her grandparents likely watched similar scenes unfold generations before. The water flows, the children play, and Rome continues its eternal rhythm of life and laughter. As afternoon shadows begin to lengthen, the boats are carefully retrieved from where they have come to rest in quieter pools. Each child cradles their vessel like a treasure, already planning tomorrow's adventures. The water continues its patient journey through the city, carrying away the ripples of their play while holding forever the echoes of their joy. The fountain continues its gentle cascade, indifferent to the games it has inspired, focused only on its eternal purpose of bringing the mountain's gift to the heart of the empire. But in the spaces between duty and necessity, magic flourishes and children find wonder in the simplest of flowing streams. The morning mist clings to the stone arches like a gentle embrace as you make your way along the familiar path beside the aqueduct. Winter has settled over Rome with quiet determination, painting the world in shades of silver and pearl. Your breath forms small clouds in the crisp air, and the sound of your footsteps echoes softly against the ancient stones that have carried precious water through countless seasons just like this one. The aqueduct stretches before you, its magnificent arches disappearing into the pale morning light. Even in winter's grip, the water continues its eternal journey, flowing steadily through channels carved by skilled hands generations ago. But winter brings its own challenges, and today marks the beginning of the season's most important work, preparing the great structure for the cold months ahead. Your crew arrives as the sun climbs higher, their voices mixing with the gentle murmur of flowing water. Each man carries bundles of wool and carefully prepared straw, materials that will serve as protective barriers against winter's bite. The work ahead is methodical and peaceful, a quiet ritual that connects you to the countless workers who have performed this same duty through the years. You begin at the most exposed section, where the channel runs above ground and the winter wind cuts sharpest. The stone feels cold beneath your palms as you examine each joint, each curve where ice might form and threaten the steady flow. The water moves past your hands, still carrying the warmth of underground springs, still fulfilling its ancient purpose despite the season's chill. Working together, you and your companions begin wrapping the most vulnerable sections. The wool, thick and soft, goes on first, a natural insulation that has protected Roman aqueducts for centuries. Your hands work slowly and deliberately, ensuring each wrap overlaps perfectly with the next. The rhythm of the work is soothing, almost meditative, as you move along the channel with practiced precision. The straw comes next, bound tightly over the wool with hemp rope that has been soaked in oil to resist the winter moisture. This outer layer will shed rain and snow while trapping warm air close to the stone. As you work, you can feel the water's vibration through the channel walls, a gentle reminder that life continues to flow even as winter settles around you. Midday brings a brief respite, and you gather with your crew around a small fire built in the shelter of the aqueduct's base. Steam rises from cups of warm wine mixed with honey and herbs, and the conversation flows as gently as the water above. Stories are shared of previous winters, of ice formations that created temporary crystal palaces along the channel, and of spring mornings when the wrappings came off to reveal stone unmarked by winter's touch. The afternoon work takes you to the sections where the aqueduct runs closest to ground level. Here, where children often play in summer, gathering to watch the endless stream of water, you inspect for any signs of damage from autumn storms. Your experienced eye catches the smallest crack, the slightest shift in alignment that could become a problem when water freezes and expands. Small repairs are made with warm mortar, carefully mixed to set properly in the cold air. The work requires patience. Rushing would mean returning to fix the same spot again before winter ends. Each application of mortar is smoothed by hand, shaped to match the original stonework so perfectly that in spring, it will be impossible to tell where repairs were made. As the short winter day draws toward evening, you make one final inspection of the wrapped sections. The aqueduct now wears its winter garments like a great stone serpent bundled against the cold. The protection will hold through the months ahead, keeping the water flowing even when ice glazes the countryside and snow blankets the hills where the springs begin their journey. The last task is checking the flow itself. You place your hand in the channel at several points, feeling for any change in the water's movement, any sign that ice is beginning to form upstream. The water runs clear and steady, its temperature moderated by the Earth's warmth and the constant motion that prevents freezing. Walking back as twilight paints the sky in soft purples and golds, you feel the satisfaction of work well done. The aqueduct is ready for winter, protected by your care and the wisdom of those who came before. Tonight, Romans throughout the city will draw water for their evening meals, fill their baths, and tend their gardens, never knowing of the quiet preparations that ensure their comfort through the cold months ahead. The stars begin to appear overhead, reflecting in the dark water that continues its eternal journey. Winter may come with all its challenges, but the great aqueduct flows on, carrying life through the heart of the empire, one steady drop at a time. The morning sun filters through the stone archways of the aqueduct's maintenance chamber, casting long shadows across the worn marble floor where young Gaius kneels beside his master. Marcus moves with the deliberate care of someone who has spent 30 years listening to water's whispers, his weathered hands tracing the smooth channel where Rome's lifeblood flows endlessly toward the city. "Feel here, Gaius," Marcus says softly, guiding his apprentice's palm to rest against the cool stone. The vibration tells us everything. When the water runs true, the stone hums with contentment. When blockage threatens, you'll sense the strain like a held breath waiting to be released. The young man closes his eyes, concentrating on the subtle tremor beneath his fingertips. Through the stone, he can feel the pulse of countless gallons rushing past, carrying with them the essence of distant mountains where snow melts into springs, where underground rivers begin their patient journey to the eternal city. The sensation fills him with wonder, this connection to something so vast, so essential to life itself. Marcus leads him along the inspection walkway, their sandals echoing softly in the vaulted space. Here, 20 feet above the rushing water, generations of aqueduct keepers have walked this same path, maintaining the flow that nourishes a million souls. The air is cool and sweet, filled with the gentle music of moving water and the distant calls of birds nesting in the archway's heights. Your grandfather taught me that water is Rome's most precious citizen. Marcus continues, his voice carrying the reverence of shared wisdom. It asks for nothing but careful tending, and in return, it gives life to everything it touches. The fountains in the forum, the baths where senators discuss affairs of state, the modest cisterns in the humblest homes all depend on our watchful care. They pause at a section where the channel narrows slightly, creating a gentle acceleration in the flow. Marcus explains how this design, conceived by engineers generations past, maintains perfect pressure throughout the system. Gaius watches, fascinated, as his master demonstrates how to read the water's surface, how the subtle ripples and eddies reveal the health of the entire network stretching back to the Sabine Hills. The old masters understood that water remembers its journey, Marcus says, dipping his hand into the clear stream. This drop falling from my fingers may have rested in mountain pools for decades, filtered through limestone caverns, gathered minerals that give it strength. By the time it reaches us, it carries stories we can read if we know how to listen. As they continue their morning rounds, Gaius practices the skills his master has patiently taught him. He measures flow rates using the ancient bronze gauges, their surfaces green with age but still perfectly calibrated. He inspects settling basins where sediment from the long journey gradually falls away, leaving the water crystal clear. Each task is performed with ritual precision, a meditation in itself. The sun climbs higher, warming the stone beneath their feet as they emerge onto an observation platform overlooking the aqueduct's magnificent span across the valley. From here, the engineering mastery of their ancestors is fully revealed arch after arch marching toward the horizon, each one precisely calculated to maintain the gentle downward slope that keeps water moving without erosion or stagnation. One day you will stand here with your own apprentice, Marcus says quietly, his eyes following the water's path toward Rome's distant walls. You will teach them as I have taught you, and they will carry forward what we have learned. This is how knowledge flows, like water itself, always moving forward, always finding its way. Gaius nods solemnly, feeling the weight and honor of this inheritance. In his mind, he can already see himself as an old man, hands weathered like his master's, sharing these same lessons with another eager youth. The continuity fills him with deep satisfaction to be part of something larger than himself, something that serves the greatest city in the world. As they begin their descent back to the maintenance chambers, the afternoon light transforms the flowing water into liquid gold. The gentle sound of its passage seems like a lullaby sung by the earth itself, a constant reminder that life continues, that tomorrow will bring fresh water from distant springs, and that Rome's heart will keep beating as long as dedicated hands tend to its flowing arteries. The knowledge passes from master to apprentice like water flowing from source to sea, eternal and life-giving, connecting past wisdom to future hope in an unbroken stream of service to the eternal city. The sun rises over Rome, and with it comes the gentle awakening of the city's most constant companion, water. From the moment the first light touches the 7 hills, the aqueduct's song begins to weave through the streets, a liquid melody that has become as much a part of Roman life as the cobblestones beneath your feet. Listen closely, and you can hear it everywhere. In the grand marble halls of the Senate, where senators pause their debates to sip from crystal goblets, the distant murmur of the Aqua Claudia whispers through the walls like an ancient secret. The water speaks in hushed tones here, respectful of the gravity of decisions being made, its voice barely audible yet somehow essential to the rhythm of governance. Walk through the narrow alleyways of the Subura, where merchants hawk their wares and children chase each other between the stalls, and the song changes. Here, the water chatters more freely through the smaller channels, bubbling and gurgling as it navigates the tight turns between buildings. It carries with it the sounds of daily life, the splash of a wash basin being filled, the gentle patter of droplets falling from a recently used fountain, the soft whoosh of water flowing through clay pipes hidden within the walls. In the grand bathhouses, the Aqueduct symphony reaches its most magnificent crescendo. The caldarium echoes with the gentle lapping of heated pools, while in the frigidarium, the sudden shock of cold water creates a sharp, crystalline note that quickly mellows into contented sighs. Steam rises from the tepidarium, carrying with it the whispered conversations of bathers, their voices mixing with the eternal flow that makes their leisure possible. The fountains throughout the city each add their own voice to this aquatic choir. In the Forum Romanum, the central fountain sings with authority, its strong jets creating a steady bass note that anchors all other sounds. Water cascades from its marble tiers in measured rhythms, each drop perfectly timed, creating a percussion that has marked the hours for countless generations of Romans. In quieter residential areas, smaller fountains offer more intimate melodies. A gentle trickle here, a soft splash there, as water flows from carved dolphins and marble nymphs into shallow basins where housewives fill their amphoras and children cool their feet on warm afternoons. These fountains sing lullabies to the neighborhoods, their voices soft and reassuring, promising that Rome's greatest treasure will always flow. Even in the private homes of the wealthy, where water flows through elaborate garden features, the song continues in more personal tones. Here, the water whispers through carefully designed channels, creating miniature waterfalls that tumble over polished stones, their voices harmonizing with the rustle of olive leaves and the distant cooing of doves. In these hidden courtyards, the aqueduct's song becomes a private concert, a luxury that only the most fortunate can enjoy in such intimate surroundings. The bakers know this song well, rising before dawn to the sound of water filling their mixing bowls. The blacksmiths work to its rhythm, tempering their iron in cooling baths while steam hisses and dances around their forges. The fullers rely on its steady beat as they wash and dye their fabrics, the flowing water carrying away impurities and leaving behind cloth that will clothe the empire. As evening approaches and the city begins to settle into the gentle embrace of dusk, the aqueduct's song grows softer, more contemplative. The rush of daytime activity gives way to a more peaceful flow, as if the water itself understands that Rome is preparing for rest. In the growing twilight, families gather around their modest fountains, the sound of flowing water mixing with quiet conversations and the distant call of night birds returning to their roosts. The temple priests have long known the sacred quality of this ever-present music. In the Temple of Vesta, where the sacred flame burns eternal, the nearby fountain provides a counterpoint of water to the element of fire, creating a balance that speaks to the very heart of Roman spirituality. The gentle splash of water over marble has become a prayer in itself, a constant offering to the gods who have blessed Rome with such abundance. Throughout the night, when most of the city sleeps, the song continues unchanged. It flows through moonlit streets and shadowed courtyards, past sleeping guards and dreaming children, carrying with it the dreams and hopes of an entire civilization. The aqueduct's voice becomes Rome's lullaby, a constant reminder that even in the quiet hours, the great work continues, the water flows, and the eternal city endures. This is the aqueduct's greatest gift to Rome, not just the water itself, but the song it brings, the constant, comforting presence that tells every citizen, from slave to senator, that they are part of something magnificent, something that flows as eternal and unchanging as the water that gives it voice. The morning sun casts long shadows across the cobblestones as you make your way through the Subura, one of Rome's most densely populated districts. Here, where the aqueduct's reach has not yet extended, the ancient rhythm of water carrying continues as it has for generations. The sound of clay vessels clinking together creates a gentle percussion that echoes off the narrow walls of the tenement buildings. You pause beside a weathered fountain where Gaius, an elderly water seller, sets down his heavy amphora with a satisfied sigh. His calloused hands, stained with the mineral traces of countless water sources, gesture welcomingly as neighbors begin to gather with their own vessels. The morning ritual of water collection transforms this simple fountain into the heart of the neighborhood's daily life. "The engineers came through again yesterday," Gaius announces, his voice carrying the warmth of someone who has witnessed decades of change in this eternal city. "They measured the slope from the fountain to the corner bakery. Soon, they say, water will flow directly into every building on this street." His eyes sparkle with the wonder of imagining such abundance, though his weathered face shows the patience of one who understands that great works take time. Around him, other water sellers nod knowingly. There is Lucia, whose family has carried water through these streets for 3 generations, her own daughters learning the careful balance required to transport full vessels without spilling a precious drop. She speaks softly of the master engineer who visited her family's modest dwelling, explaining how the new aqueduct branch would bring fresh mountain water directly to a tap in their courtyard. The water sellers' stories weave together like streams converging into a great river. Marcus, barely past his 20th year, describes the massive stone channels he witnessed being constructed on the hills outside the city. His voice fills with awe as he recounts the perfect precision of each fitted stone, the way the ancient craftsmen test each joint to ensure no water will ever be lost to seepage. As the morning progresses, you listen to their tales of the great Aqua Claudia, the magnificent aqueduct that will soon extend its life-giving reach into these forgotten corners of Rome. They speak of master builders who can calculate the exact gradient needed to carry water across valleys and through mountains, of stone cutters whose skill rivals that of the gods themselves. Old Helena, bent with age but still carrying her daily allotment in a smaller vessel suited to her strength, shares memories of the first aqueduct construction she witnessed as a child. Her voice carries the reverence of one who has seen the transformation of a city. "In those days," she says, settling herself comfortably on a stone step, "we thought the springs on the Aventine Hill would provide water forever. Now look, 11 aqueducts bring fresh water from sources 50 miles away." The water sellers understand their trade will evolve, but there is no sadness in their acceptance. Instead, they speak with pride of being part of Rome's great story of growth and innovation. Young Quintus, learning the family trade from his father, dreams of becoming an aqueduct maintenance worker, tending to the very systems that will transform his neighborhood. As afternoon approaches, you watch the careful choreography of the water distribution. Each seller knows precisely which families require more water for washing, which households are expecting guests, which elderly residents need assistance carrying their daily supply up multiple flights of stairs. This intimate knowledge of community needs will not disappear when the aqueducts arrive. It will simply transform into new forms of service and care. The gentle splash of water being poured into waiting vessels creates a soothing rhythm that has remained unchanged since Rome's earliest days. Yet in the water sellers' conversations, you hear excitement for a future where this essential element of life will flow as freely as air. They envision public baths in every district, fountains adorning every plaza, and the luxury of unlimited fresh water for cooking, cleaning, and drinking. As the sun begins its descent toward the 7 hills, casting warm golden light through the narrow streets, the water sellers conclude their day with the same careful attention they bring to every aspect of their craft. Vessels are cleaned and prepared for tomorrow, routes are planned to serve customers efficiently, and stories of the growing aqueduct system are shared one more time before the peaceful close of another day. In this corner of Rome, where ancient traditions meet ambitious innovation, the water sellers carry more than liquid sustenance. They carry hope for a future where abundance will replace scarcity, where engineering marvels will serve the common good, and where every citizen will have access to the pure, flowing gift that sustains all life in the eternal city. As the sun begins its gentle descent behind the 7 hills of Rome, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets, the evening ritual begins in countless homes throughout the eternal city. The day's heat slowly releases its grip on the terracotta rooftops, and a soft breeze carries the mingled scents of cooking fires, blooming jasmine, and the ever-present whisper of flowing water. In a modest villa nestled between the Palatine and Aventine hills, Marcus draws water from the bronze basin that sits beneath a simple spout. The water flows steadily, clear, and cool, a testament to the remarkable engineering that brings this precious gift from distant mountains to his very doorstep. As he cups his hands and brings the water to his weathered face, he pauses for a moment, feeling the coolness against his palms, remembering that this same water danced as snow on mountain peaks just days ago. The ritual of evening washing is sacred in Roman households, a moment of transition between the labors of day and the peace of night. Marcus's wife, Julia, prepares a clay vessel with warm water, mixing the mountain-fresh aqueduct water with heated water from their kitchen fire. The steam rises gently, carrying with it the promise of rest and renewal. Across the city, in grand domus and humble insulae alike, this same ceremony unfolds. Children gather around their mothers as cool water is poured over their dusty feet, washing away the adventures of the day. The water runs in gentle rivulets across the mosaic floors, carrying with it the dust of Roman streets, the traces of games played in courtyards, the remnants of lessons learned in the forum. In the public fountains that grace every neighborhood, citizens pause to refresh themselves before the evening meal. The constant flow of the aqueducts ensures that clean, fresh water is always available, a luxury that transforms the simple act of washing into something almost ceremonial. The sound of water cascading into marble basins creates a gentle symphony that harmonizes with the settling sounds of evening, the distant call of vendors closing their stalls, the soft lowing of cattle being led to their evening pasture, the gentle conversation of neighbors greeting one another. Marcus traces the water's journey in his mind as he washes the day's grime from his hands. He can almost see the mountain springs where this water began its journey, bubbling up from deep underground sources, joining with countless other streams as they flow through valleys and across hillsides. The skilled hands of engineers and workers have guided this water across impossible distances, through underground channels carved from living rock, across valleys on towering arches that seem to defy the very pull of the earth. The aqueduct builders, those masters of stone and water, have created something more than mere engineering. They have woven together the life force of distant mountains with the daily rhythms of Roman life. Every drop that flows through the bronze pipes and terracotta channels carries with it the dedication of workers who labored in darkness, who calculated precise gradients, who solved problems that would challenge the greatest minds. As Julia bathes their young son, she speaks softly of gratitude for the water that cleanses, for the hands that built the great aqueducts, for the gift of being able to wash away the day in comfort and peace. The child's eyes grow heavy as the warm water soothes him, the gentle ritual preparing his small body for sleep. The evening ablutions continue throughout the city as oil lamps begin to flicker in windows. Senators and slaves alike partake in this democratic gift of clean water. The aqueducts make no distinction between rich and poor in their generous flow. The water that refreshes a patrician's marble bath is the same water that fills a potter's simple basin, the same water that flows through the public latrines, keeping the city clean and healthy. In the growing dusk, the sound of flowing water becomes more pronounced, as if the aqueducts themselves are settling into their evening rhythm. The gentle burble and splash create a constant, soothing background music that speaks of continuity, of the endless cycle of mountain snow melting into streams, streams joining rivers, and rivers being captured and guided by human ingenuity to serve human need. Marcus dries his face with a soft linen cloth and looks out his window toward the great arches visible in the distance. Tomorrow will bring new labors, new dust to wash away, new appreciation for this gift that flows endlessly from distant heights. But tonight, as the stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, he is simply grateful for the cool water that has cleansed him, prepared him for rest, and connected him to the eternal flow that sustains all Roman life. The evening ritual complete, the household settles into peaceful quiet, while somewhere in the darkness, the aqueducts continue their patient work, carrying their precious burden through the sleeping city. In the hushed darkness before dawn, when even the most restless Roman has found sleep, the great aqueduct settles into its own quiet rhythm. The massive stone conduit stretches across the countryside like a sleeping giant, its arches casting gentle shadows in the pale starlight. Water flows within its channels, not with the urgent rush of daylight hours, but with a slower, more contemplative current, as if the aqueduct itself has entered the realm of dreams. Deep within the mountain springs where this journey began, water emerges from hidden caverns with the softest whisper. Here, in the sacred groves where ancient oaks stand sentinel, the water carries more than moisture. It bears the dreams of the earth itself. Each drop has traveled through limestone and granite for countless years, gathering minerals and memory, preparing for its destined path to the eternal city. The water moves through the first stone channels with a gentle murmur, sliding over smooth surfaces worn glass-bright by decades of constant flow. In the darkness, these covered sections become mysterious tunnels where the sound of water creates its own music, a lullaby of liquid notes that echoes softly against curved walls. No human ear hears this midnight symphony, yet it plays continuously, a concert performed for the sleeping countryside. As the aqueduct emerges from underground passages and climbs onto its magnificent arched bridges, the water's journey takes on an almost mystical quality. Each archway frames a different view of the Roman landscape: rolling hills dotted with olive groves, valleys where morning mist will soon gather, distant mountains that stand purple against the star-filled sky. The water flowing within seems to absorb these vistas, carrying images along with its precious cargo toward the city. In the settling basins where the aqueduct pauses to let sediment fall away, the water moves in slow, circular patterns. Here, tiny particles of earth and stone drift downward like falling snow, creating spirals and eddies that catch fragments of starlight. The water grows clearer in these peaceful pools, preparing itself to become the lifeblood of fountains and baths, of kitchens and gardens where Romans will begin another day. The aqueduct's stone walls hold their own dreams in the pre-dawn hours. Built by hands that understood both engineering and poetry, these structures remember the songs of the workers who laid each stone, the satisfaction of creating something that would outlast empires. In the darkness, you can almost hear the echo of ancient voices, master builders discussing angles and gradients, apprentices learning the sacred geometry of water flow. Along the aqueduct's path, night-blooming flowers release their fragrance into the cool air. Wild jasmine and moonflowers open their petals to catch dewdrops that will eventually join the great flow, adding their subtle essence to water that will taste of mountain springs and midnight gardens. Even the stones seem to breathe in these quiet hours, expanding and contracting slightly with the temperature changes, creating tiny adjustments that keep the water flowing true. As the aqueduct approaches the city's edge, the water within begins to quicken with anticipation. Soon it will divide into dozens of channels, feeding the great fountains where senators will pause for morning refreshment, flowing into the baths where citizens will gather to discuss the day's affairs, filling the cisterns that serve the humblest apartments as readily as the grandest villas. But for now, in these precious hours before sunrise, the water moves with the patience of eternity. It has traveled so far and has so little distance remaining yet it savors each moment of the journey. The aqueduct cradles its flow like a mother's arms, guiding without forcing, supporting without constraining the water's natural desire to seek its level. In the deepest part of night, when even the night watchmen have found comfortable spots to rest their eyes, the aqueduct becomes Rome's silent guardian. It ensures that when the city stirs to life, when bakers fire their ovens and merchants prepare their stalls, when children wake hungry and mothers draw water for morning bread, the eternal flow will be there, constant, clean, and abundant. The great structure dreams not just of water, but of service, of being part of something larger than stone and mortar. It dreams of continuation, of the endless cycle that brings mountain springs to city fountains, that transforms wild water into civilization's most precious gift. In the quiet darkness, surrounded by sleeping countryside and slumbering city, the aqueduct holds these dreams within its ancient heart, waiting patiently for dawn to begin another day of faithful service. And the water flows on, carrying its dreams toward the awakening city, ready to begin once more its eternal dance of nourishment and renewal. The morning sun casts long shadows across the Campagna as Marcus climbs the stone steps carved into the massive arch, each footfall echoing softly against the limestone walls. His weathered hands, marked by decades of working with stone and mortar, trace the smooth surface of the aqueduct's channel as he ascends. The water flows beside him with a gentle, constant murmur, the same sound that has accompanied his dreams for 30 years. At the summit, Marcus pauses to catch his breath. The vista before him stretches endlessly toward Rome, where distant columns of smoke rise from countless hearths into the pale blue sky. His aqueduct, the Aqua Marcus, they will call it, extends like a great stone serpent across the rolling hills, its arches marching in perfect rhythm toward the eternal city. The water within sparkles as it catches the morning light, carrying the pure gift of distant mountain springs to the citizens who await its arrival. He remembers the first day he set foot on this very spot, 40 years younger and burning with ambition. The land was wild then, covered in scrub oak and brambles, home only to shepherds and their flocks. Now, limestone towers rise in measured intervals, each arch a testament to careful calculation and unwavering determination. The mathematics that once existed only in his mind have taken physical form, transformed into something that will outlast empires. The water sings its quiet song as it flows past, neither hurried nor hesitant. Marcus has learned to read its language over the years, the subtle changes in pitch that speak of clean channels, the steady rhythm that confirms proper gradient. This water began its journey in mountain springs he visited as a young apprentice, trickling from moss-covered rocks into pools so clear you could count every pebble on the bottom. Now it travels with purpose, carrying that mountain purity across valleys and hilltops to reach the fountains and baths of Rome. A gentle breeze stirs the olive groves below, their silver-green leaves shimmering like water themselves. Marcus watches a hawk circle lazily overhead, riding the warm currents that rise from the sun-heated stone. The bird seems to approve of this new landscape, perhaps appreciating the way the aqueduct provides perches and nesting sites among its weathered blocks. Below, workers are cleaning the final construction debris from the channel, their voices carrying upward in cheerful conversation. Marcus recognizes many of them, men who began as apprentices under his guidance and now possess the skills to build aqueducts of their own. They move with the confident precision that comes from years of working with stone, water, and time. Their children will grow up in a world where fresh mountain water flows freely through the city streets, a gift so common they may never pause to wonder at the engineering that makes it possible. The sun climbs higher, warming the stone beneath Marcus's feet. He can feel the gentle vibration of flowing water through the limestone, a pulse as steady as a heartbeat. This is the rhythm of civilization itself, water flowing from source to city, carrying life and health and the promise of prosperity. Somewhere in Rome, a citizen will turn a bronze spigot and watch clear water pour into a terracotta vessel, never knowing that its journey began in distant mountains and traveled for miles through carefully graded channels. Marcus closes his eyes and listens to the symphony of his creation. The primary melody is the water itself, constant and melodic. Beneath it, he can hear the whisper of wind through the arches, the distant bleating of sheep in the meadows, the calls of birds that have made their homes in the crevices between stones. This is the music of completion, of a dream made manifest in limestone and flowing water. When he opens his eyes again, the sun has shifted, casting new patterns of light and shadow across the aqueduct's length. Each arch frames a different view of the Roman countryside, rolling hills dotted with vineyards, ancient roads winding between cypress groves, farmsteads where smoke rises from kitchen fires. The aqueduct connects all of these landscapes, unifying them in its purpose. As the day warms toward noon, Marcus begins his descent. His steps are measured and content, those of a man who has seen his greatest work completed. The water continues its patient journey beside him, carrying mountain coolness toward the city that gave him purpose. Behind him, the aqueduct stretches like a bridge across time itself, ready to serve generations yet unborn. The gentle sound of flowing water follows him down the ancient stones, a lullaby of accomplishment that will echo through centuries, long after the builder's name is forgotten, but his gift to civilization continues to flow. Time moves differently for stone and water. While emperors age and die, while senators debate and citizens hurry through their daily concerns, the great aqueduct continues its patient work, carrying the mountain's gift across hill and valley with the same quiet dedication it has shown for generations. You stand at the familiar inspection point where the channel curves gently around the hillside, watching the water flow past in its eternal rhythm. The limestone blocks beneath your feet have been worn smooth by countless footsteps of engineers and inspectors who came before you, each adding their small part to the aqueduct's story. The morning sun catches the water's surface, creating thousands of tiny diamonds that dance and disappear, only to be replaced by thousands more. Below in the valley, Rome spreads like a living tapestry, its red-tiled roofs catching the golden light. Smoke rises from countless hearths where families are beginning their day, adding bread to ovens, stirring porridge, preparing for whatever concerns occupy their thoughts. But here, in the channel, the water knows nothing of human worries. It simply flows as it has for decades, carrying life itself to the great city. You remember the stories the old engineer told you when you were young, tales of the aqueduct's construction under different emperors in times when the city was smaller, when these very hills looked different. Yet even then, the fundamental principle remained unchanged: water finds its way, following the careful grades and gentle slopes that Roman engineering carved into the landscape. The water that passes you now fell as rain in mountains you will never see, filtered through rock and time before beginning its journey to the city. A gentle breeze stirs the olive trees that grow along the aqueduct's path, their silver-green leaves catching the light like coins scattered by generous gods. The sound they make is soft, almost like whispered conversations between the wind and the branches, a counterpoint to the steady murmur of flowing water. Somewhere in the distance, a shepherd calls to his flock, his voice echoing briefly across the valley before fading into the peaceful morning air. The water level today is perfect, not too high to stress the channel walls, not too low to concern the city's fountain masters. This balance has been maintained through careful attention, through the accumulated wisdom of engineers who understood that consistency matters more than grand gestures. The aqueduct succeeds not because of any single brilliant innovation, but because every element works in harmony with every other element, creating something larger and more enduring than its individual parts. As you walk along the maintenance path, your footsteps joining the countless others that have worn smooth grooves in the stone, you think about the lives this water will touch today. The baker who will use it to mix his dough, creating bread that will nourish families throughout the city. The physician who will prescribe cool water and rest for a fever. The children who will splash and laugh in the public fountains, their joy rippling outward like circles in a still pool. The aqueduct has witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, has carried water through times of celebration and times of uncertainty. It has served the city through harsh winters when ice formed along its edges, through hot summers when every drop was precious, through springs when mountain snow melted in abundance, and through autumns when the water ran clear and cold with the promise of seasons turning. In the broader perspective that only time can provide, you understand that you are simply another caretaker in a long line of caretakers, each playing their part in maintaining something essential and beautiful. The limestone blocks will outlast you, just as they outlasted those who came before. The water will continue its journey long after your hands no longer check the flow rates and clean the settling basins. This continuity brings not sadness but profound peace. To be part of something larger than individual ambition, something that serves not for glory but for necessity, something that works quietly and efficiently without demanding praise, this is perhaps the truest form of human achievement. The aqueduct embodies the best of Roman engineering not because it is grand or ornate, but because it is reliable, useful, and enduring. As the sun climbs higher and the day's heat begins to gather, the water continues its patient journey, carrying with it the accumulated wisdom of mountains, the careful planning of engineers, and the simple, eternal promise that tomorrow's needs will be met with the same quiet competence that has served Rome for generations. The flow continues, timeless and dependable, a liquid thread connecting past and future in the endless present of useful work faithfully performed. The morning sun casts long shadows across the cobblestones as you walk through the bustling streets of Rome, where the gentle sound of flowing water has become as natural as breathing itself. From every fountain, every public bath, every humble dwelling, the precious gift of clean water flows without pause, a testament to engineering mastery that most citizens accept as simply the way things have always been. An elderly woman named Livia steps carefully to the neighborhood fountain, her clay amphora balanced against her hip with the practiced ease of decades. She pauses at the carved stone basin, watching the crystal-clear water pour steadily from the bronze spout, and for a moment, her weathered face softens with something approaching wonder. She remembers stories her grandmother once told of days when water meant long walks to distant wells, of summers when streams ran dry and families rationed every precious drop. The water fills her vessel with a musical sound, and Livia cups her free hand to catch some of the overflow, bringing it to her lips. Cool, sweet, perfect. Water that has traveled from mountain springs through miles of carefully constructed channels, guided by the invisible hands of engineers who understood that a city's heartbeat depends on its flowing veins. Nearby, children play around the fountain's edge, their laughter mixing with the splash and gurgle of water. Young Marcus, barely 7 years old, has never known a world without this abundance. To him, the fountains are simply part of Rome's landscape, as permanent and reliable as the rising sun. He cups his small hands beneath the spout, drinking deeply without a thought for the miracle that delivers this refreshment to his waiting palms. His mother, Claudia, watches from the shade of a nearby portico, and unlike her son, she carries within her heart a deep appreciation for what others take for granted. She has traveled beyond Rome's walls, has seen villages where water is scarce and precious, where families must plan their days around the availability of this most basic need. Here in the capital, her children drink their fill, splash in public baths, and never question whether tomorrow's thirst will be quenched. The afternoon brings a different rhythm to the water's song. In the grand public baths, steam rises from pools filled with water that flows in continuously, maintaining perfect temperature through an intricate system of heating chambers and circulation. Citizens of every class gather here, united in their shared enjoyment of this luxury that the aqueducts make possible. Senator Gaius Flavius settles into the warm water of the caldarium, feeling the day's tensions dissolve. Around him, conversations flow as easily as the water itself. Discussions of politics, business, family, all conducted in the democratic space that abundant water has created. He closes his eyes and listens to the gentle lapping against the pool's marble edges, remembering his recent journey to the northern provinces where he witnessed the construction of new aqueduct sections. The precision of those workers, the careful calculation of gradients, the masterful use of gravity to guide water across valleys and through hills. It struck him then how this engineering wonder touches every aspect of Roman life. Without the aqueducts, this very gathering would be impossible. The baths, the fountains, the gardens with their splashing water features, even the public latrines with their constant flow of cleaning water, all depend on the steady supply from distant mountains. As evening approaches, a baker named Titus finishes his day's work, his hands and arms dusted with flour. He steps outside his shop to the small fountain that serves his street, splashing cool water over his face and arms. The relief is immediate, washing away the heat and sweat of working beside his ovens. He drinks deeply, tasting the pure sweetness that comes from springs he will never see, carried by channels he can barely imagine. In the growing twilight, oil lamps begin to flicker in windows throughout the city, their warm light reflecting in the countless pools and fountains that dot Rome's neighborhoods. The sound of flowing water becomes a lullaby, a constant presence that speaks of abundance, security, and the thoughtful planning of those who built not just for today, but for generations yet unborn. A young couple walks hand in hand along one of the quieter streets, pausing at a small fountain where they cup the water in their joined palms, sharing this simple pleasure. In this moment, surrounded by the gentle music of flowing water, they are part of something larger than themselves. Citizens of a city where engineering genius has created abundance from scarcity, where the dreams of builders have become the daily reality of ordinary life. Tonight, as Rome settles into peaceful sleep, the aqueducts continue their eternal work, carrying their precious cargo through moonlit channels, ensuring that tomorrow will bring the same reliable gift of water to every neighborhood, every fountain, every grateful hand that reaches out to receive it. The morning sun casts long shadows across the completed aqueduct, its golden light tracing the elegant curve of each arch like fingers caressing ancient stone. You stand at the highest point of the structure, feeling the cool morning breeze carry the sound of flowing water through the channels below. The project that began as ambitious dreams sketched on wax tablets has become a testament to human ingenuity, stretching across valleys and hills like a stone river suspended in air. Decades pass in the gentle flow of time, and the aqueduct becomes part of the landscape itself. Children grow up playing beneath its arches, their laughter echoing off the weathered stones. Farmers plant their crops, knowing the steady supply of water will nourish their fields through every season. The city beyond flourishes, its fountains singing with the voice of distant mountains, its public baths filled with the crystal-clear flow that began its journey in hidden springs among pine-scented hills. Young engineers arrive from across the empire, carrying their instruments and scrolls, eyes bright with curiosity and ambition. They trace their fingers along the subtle curves of the channels, measuring the precise gradient that allows water to flow neither too fast nor too slow. Their mentors speak in reverent tones about the calculations embedded in every stone, the wisdom that transformed mathematical theory into flowing reality. In the imperial archives, detailed drawings preserve every measurement, every technique discovered during construction. Scribes carefully record the methods used to cut stone, the mixtures of mortar that proved most durable, the ingenious solutions devised for crossing particularly challenging terrain. These documents become precious texts, copied and carried to distant provinces where new aqueducts will rise. The knowledge spreads like ripples on a still pond. In Gaul, engineers study the arch formations, learning how weight and pressure distribute through carefully placed stones. In distant Britannia, builders examine the waterproof cement formulations, understanding how volcanic ash from Mount Vesuvius creates bonds that strengthen with time. Each new project builds upon this foundation of accumulated wisdom. As autumn leaves drift past the flowing channels, older citizens remember the years of construction, when the sound of hammers on stone filled the air from dawn to dusk. They tell stories to their grandchildren about the dedication of workers who shaped each block with patient precision, about the master builder who could visualize the completed structure when only foundations existed. The aqueduct's influence extends beyond mere engineering. Philosophers use its steady flow as metaphors for constancy and purpose. Poets describe its arches as gateways between earth and sky. Artists capture its reflection in still pools, finding beauty in the marriage of human achievement and natural landscape. Generations of maintenance crews tend the channels with devoted care, clearing debris after storms, replacing worn stones, ensuring the flow remains pure and constant. They understand that their work continues a tradition of service, connecting them to the original builders who dreamed this monument into existence. Their tools become smooth with use, passed down from master to apprentice like sacred objects. In distant provinces, local quarries develop techniques for cutting stone that matches the quality of Roman work. Native craftsmen learn to read the land's natural contours, understanding how to guide water across seemingly impossible terrain. The principles discovered during this construction become universal language, spoken by engineers regardless of their native tongue. As twilight approaches, the aqueduct's arches frame the setting sun, creating windows of golden light that slowly fade to deep purple. The sound of flowing water continues its eternal song, a lullaby that has soothed countless souls to sleep. Night birds nest in the protected alcoves between stones, their gentle calls mixing with the whisper of moving water. The legacy lives not only in stone and flowing channels, but in the expanded understanding of what human beings can accomplish when knowledge, dedication, and vision unite. Every measurement recorded, every technique perfected, every challenge overcome becomes part of a greater inheritance passed to future generations. The aqueduct stands as more than infrastructure. It represents the triumph of patient planning over insurmountable obstacles, of collective effort over individual limitation, of dreams made manifest through unwavering commitment to excellence. Its waters will flow for centuries, carrying not just liquid nourishment, but the distilled essence of human achievement across landscapes that will outlive the builders who imagined its existence. In the peaceful darkness, the ancient stones radiate the day's warmth while cool water continues its measured journey, connecting mountain springs to city fountains in an endless cycle of renewal and service. High above the bustling streets of Rome, where the marble gleams white under the afternoon sun, water begins its ancient journey from the sacred springs nestled deep within the Apennine Mountains. Here, in the hushed sanctuary of towering pines and weathered limestone, the earth reveals its most precious gift. The springs emerge from shadowed grottos, their waters cool and crystal clear, having traveled through underground chambers for countless years. These hidden pools reflect the filtered sunlight that dances through the canopy above, creating patterns of gold and emerald that shift with each gentle breeze. The water bubbles up from deep beneath the mountain's heart, where it has been purified by passage through layers of rock and sand, emerging as pure as the day it first fell as rain upon these ancient peaks. Stone channels, carved with patient hands generations ago, guide these mountain waters into the great aqueduct system. The builders chose this sacred site with reverence, knowing that they were partnering with forces far older than Rome itself. Each spring was treated as a temple, surrounded by offerings of carved stone and carefully tended groves where the water spirits were honored. As morning mist rises from the warm springs into the cool mountain air, you can almost hear the whispered prayers of the engineers who first diverted these waters toward the eternal city. They understood that they were not conquering nature, but joining with it in an endless dance of giving and receiving. The springs offered their bounty freely, and Rome would transform that gift into fountains, baths, and the very lifeblood of civilization. The water flows steadily through channels lined with smooth stone, beginning its long descent toward the valley below. It moves without hurry, following the patient gradient calculated by master architects who understood that water, like time itself, cannot be rushed. Each drop carries within it the mineral memory of the mountain's depths, the coolness of underground caverns, and the promise of renewal. Birds nest in the alcoves where the aqueduct bridges span narrow gorges, their songs mingling with the constant murmur of flowing water. Wildflowers grow in the moisture-rich soil beside the channels, their roots drinking deeply from the seepage that keeps the mountain slopes green even in the driest summers. This abundance spreads outward like ripples on a pond, supporting entire ecosystems that depend upon the aqueduct's generous overflow. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the mountain air is still and cool, the springs seem to pulse with their own gentle rhythm. Water emerges from the earth's depths in steady, measured beats, like the breathing of some vast, sleeping giant. This is the heartbeat of the system, the source that never fails, the beginning that makes all endings possible. The ancient Romans believed that water spirits inhabited these springs, benevolent beings who blessed the flow with healing properties and protective power. Even now, centuries later, there remains something sacred about this place where earth and water meet, where the mountain's gift begins its transformation into urban abundance. The springs know nothing of the great city they serve, caring only for the eternal act of giving, of rising from darkness into light. As seasons change above ground, from the golden warmth of summer to winter's crystalline silence, the springs maintain their constant temperature and flow. They are the steady heartbeat beneath Rome's more dramatic rhythms, the quiet assurance that tomorrow's needs will be met as surely as today's have been. The water that emerges here will travel through miles of channels, across valleys and through tunnels, past farms and villages, finally arriving at the great distribution chambers where it will be divided among Rome's many districts. Some will flow to the grand public fountains where citizens gather to collect their daily needs. Some will supply the magnificent baths where Romans gather to socialize and cleanse. Some will water the gardens where children play and lovers meet beneath flowering vines. But it all begins here, in these sacred springs where water rises from the earth's mysterious depths, carrying with it the mountain's blessing and the promise of renewal. The springs flow not because they must, but because it is their nature to give. They are the source, the beginning, the generous heart that beats steadily beneath the surface of the world. In this place where water meets sky, where earth reveals its liquid treasures, the great cycle continues its eternal dance. Each drop that rises here will one day return to the earth, to begin again the patient journey through rock and time, emerging once more into sunlight, ready to serve, ready to flow, ready to give life to whatever civilization rises to receive its gifts. The springs flow on, unchanged and unchanging, the eternal beginning of every ending, the source of all stories yet to be told. The morning sun casts long shadows across the Campus Martius as you stand beside Marcus Vitruvius, your weathered hands tracing the final calculations etched in wax. 47 chapters of this grand journey have led to this moment of quiet understanding. The aqueduct is no longer merely stone and mortar, lead and bronze. It has become something greater, the very lifeblood of an empire that stretches from Britain's misty shores to the sun-baked sands of Egypt. Water flows past your feet in the inspection channel, its gentle murmur a constant companion these many months. You can hear in its voice the distant mountains where snow melts into springs, feel the ancient limestone through which it has filtered for countless years. This water carries more than minerals and coolness. It carries the dreams of engineers who came before, the hopes of citizens who depend upon its steady flow. Marcus points toward the 7 hills of Rome, each crowned with temples and homes that gleam white in the morning light. "Do you see it now?" he asks softly. "The full circle, His voice holds the wisdom of decades spent listening to water's secrets. You follow his gaze and suddenly understand. The Aqua Claudia is not merely one of 9 aqueducts feeding the eternal city. It is part of something magnificent and alive. Like arteries branching from a great heart, the aqueducts carry life throughout the empire's body. The Aqua Marcia brings mountain purity to the forum's fountains. The Annio Novus fills the thermae where senators and slaves alike find refreshment. The Aqua Virgo feeds the gardens where children play beneath olive trees. Each drop that flows through lead pipes and stone channels connects mountain to valley, countryside to city, citizen to citizen in an endless circulation of sustenance and renewal. You walk slowly along the maintenance path, feeling the cool stone beneath your sandals. In the distance, a water carrier fills his amphora at a public fountain, the bronze spout polished smooth by countless hands. A young mother draws water for her household while her children splash playfully in the basin's overflow. Their laughter mingles with the splash of water, creating music that has echoed through these streets for generations. The aqueduct speaks in many voices today. You hear the deep rumble as water rushes through the settling tanks, removing the last traces of sediment from its mountain journey. There is the higher note of flow through the distribution chamber, where bronze gates direct streams toward different quarters of the city. Beneath it all runs the steady whisper of water finding its level, following gravity's ancient law with patient certainty. A formation of legionnaires marches past on the Via Appia, their bronze armor catching sunlight like scattered coins. They carry Roman order to distant frontiers, but they too depend upon this flowing foundation of civilization. In garrison towns across Gaul and Germania, engineers are even now laying stone and mortar, bringing Rome's gift of clean water to new corners of the world. The aqueduct's lesson spreads like ripples in a pond, that human ingenuity can bend nature's forces toward the common good. You remember the first day of this journey, when rough stone and ambitious plans seemed impossibly distant from flowing reality. Now water runs clear and strong through channels your own hands helped build. The weight of responsibility settles on your shoulders like a well-worn cloak. Generations yet unborn will drink from this source, will gather at fountains not yet built, will carry forward the knowledge you have helped preserve. Marcus cups water in his palms and drinks deeply, savoring its cool purity. The circle completes itself, he murmurs. From cloud to mountain, mountain to aqueduct, aqueduct to citizen, citizen to empire, empire to memory, memory to future builders who will surpass even our achievements. His words flow like water itself, carrying truth deeper than engineering formulas. As afternoon shadows lengthen across the campus Martius, you understand that you have become part of something eternal. The aqueduct will outlive emperors and senators, will carry Rome's legacy long after the last legion has marched home. In its steady flow lies the secret of civilization itself, that by working together, by sharing knowledge across generations, human beings can create wonders that transform the world. The water sings as it flows toward evening, carrying with it the dreams of all who depend upon its journey. In its voice, you hear the full circle of life itself, moving endlessly from source to sea and back again, connecting all things in one great flowing dance of existence. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new channels to build, new knowledge to preserve. But tonight, you rest in the satisfaction of work well done, of becoming part of something larger and more enduring than any single life. The aqueduct flows on, carrying Rome's heart through stone veins toward an empire's dreams. The water knows its journey is complete. After traveling from mountain springs through stone channels, after flowing beneath bustling streets and rising through marble fountains, after filling countless homes and baths throughout the eternal city, the water finally comes to rest. Not in stillness, but in the gentle conclusion of purpose fulfilled. Beyond Rome's walls, where the last aqueduct empties into the Tiber's waiting arms, the water mingles with the ancient river. Here, where reeds whisper in the evening breeze and fish move like silver shadows beneath the surface, The water that once rushed through engineered marvels now flows with natural grace. The limestone channels that guided its path for so many miles have released their precious cargo, and the water moves freely once more toward its ultimate destination. You can almost hear the soft gratitude in its movement. Each drop carries within it the memory of service. This water has touched the lips of senators debating in marble halls. It has filled bronze vessels in humble homes where mothers bathed their children by candlelight. It has steamed in the great thermae, warming the bodies of citizens from every corner of the empire. It has carried away the dust of construction workers and the weariness of slaves, offering the same cleansing gift to all. As the sun sets over Rome, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose, the water reflects this beauty one final time within the city's embrace. From the Tiber's banks, you can see the aqueducts stretching into the distance like stone ribbons, their arches catching the last light. These monuments to human ingenuity stand patient and eternal, ready to carry tomorrow's water on the same sacred journey. The river flows southward now, carrying its precious cargo past vineyards where grapes hang heavy on ancient vines. The water passes beneath stone bridges where travelers pause to watch its passage, perhaps sensing something sacred in its quiet movement. Children playing along the banks cup their hands to drink from streams that carry the essence of the great city, though they may never see its 7 hills. In the gentle evening current, the water encounters other streams joining the Tiber's flow. Mountain brooks bring their own gifts: the taste of snow and pine, the coolness of high places where eagles nest. These waters mingle and dance together, creating eddies and swirls that catch the fading light like liquid jewels. Each tributary adds its voice to the river's growing song, a harmony of sources united in common purpose. The olive groves along the riverbank release their green fragrance into the cooling air. Shepherds lead their flocks to drink at the water's edge, and the sheep lower their heads gratefully, their wool reflecting pale gold in the dusk. The water gives freely to all, to root and branch, to beast and bird, continuing its ancient covenant with life itself. As stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, the water carries with it the blessings of the city. Every temple where it filled sacred basins, every garden where it nourished blooming flowers, every fountain where it sparkled in afternoon sunlight, all these moments of grace travel with it now toward the distant sea. The Tiber widens as it approaches the coast, and the water can taste salt on the evening breeze. Soon it will join the vast Mediterranean, where currents will carry it to shores unknown perhaps to Egyptian harbors where papyrus grows tall, or to Greek islands where fishermen mend their nets by moonlight. But for now, in these final miles, the water holds the essence of Rome like a precious secret. Night falls completely, and in the darkness, the water's surface becomes a mirror for countless stars. The same constellations that guided Roman legions across distant lands now light the water's final passage through the countryside. In this stellar reflection, past and future merge into one eternal moment of flowing grace. The gentle sound of water moving over stones creates a lullaby that has soothed generations. Roman mothers once sang their children to sleep with melodies inspired by flowing streams. Poets found rhythm in the water's endless song. Engineers designed their greatest works to honor this element that brings life to desert places and makes gardens bloom in barren ground. And so the water completes its circle, returning to the sea that birthed all rivers, carrying with it the gratitude of a great civilization. In its passage through Rome's stone heart, it has fulfilled the highest calling: to serve, to nourish, to cleanse, and to give life abundantly. The aqueducts will bring new water tomorrow, and the ancient cycle will begin again, as constant and reliable as the stars themselves. The water's rest is not an ending, but a transformation from servant of the city to child of the eternal sea, where all waters eventually return home.